Introduction. Have you ever wondered why some people achieve extraordinary success while others struggle for years without progress? It's not luck. It's not talent. It's not even motivation. The real difference, the one factor that separates achievers from dreamers, is discipline. Motivation feels good, but it's fleeting. It shows up when conditions are perfect and disappears the moment life gets hard. Discipline, on the other hand, is steady. It doesn't care how you feel. It doesn't wait for inspiration. Discipline is the engine that keeps you moving forward when everything else says stop. This book is about building that engine. It's about creating habits that last, systems that make success inevitable, and a mindset that thrives under pressure. You'll learn why willpower alone fails, how to design your environment for success, and how to turn small steps into massive results. You'll discover strategies used by high performers, from athletes to entrepreneurs, and principles that have stood the test of time. But here's the truth. Discipline isn't something you're born with. It's a skill you build. And once you master it, you unlock freedom. The freedom to live life on your terms, achieve your biggest goals, and become the person you've always wanted to be. If you've ever felt stuck, frustrated, or ready to give up, this book is your roadmap out. It's time to stop waiting for the right moment and start creating it. Let's begin. Part 1, The Foundation. Chapter 1, Why Self-Discipline Beats Motivation Every Time. Motivation is like a spark that ignites the fire of ambition. But sparks alone cannot sustain a roaring flame. They flare brightly for a moment, giving you a burst of energy and excitement. Yet they fade quickly when faced with resistance or time. Discipline, on the other hand, is the engine that keeps the fire burning steadily, regardless of the conditions. It is the force that transforms fleeting enthusiasm into lasting achievement. When you rely solely on motivation, you become vulnerable to your emotions and circumstances. Motivation thrives in ideal conditions, when you feel inspired, when everything seems possible. But life rarely offers perfect moments. The slightest setback can extinguish that spark, leaving you stranded in frustration. Discipline does not depend on mood or convenience. It operates even when you feel tired, uninspired, or overwhelmed. Think of motivation as the starting line, and discipline as the marathon runner. Anyone can start a race with excitement, but only those who train consistently, show up daily, and push through discomfort reach the finish line. Discipline is the commitment to keep moving forward when the initial thrill has vanished. It is the quiet, persistent force that outlasts every obstacle. Motivation whispers, "I feel like doing this," while discipline declares, "I will do this regardless." That difference is what separates dreamers from achievers. Dreams fueled by motivation alone often remain fantasies, but dreams backed by discipline become tangible realities. Discipline turns intentions into habits, and habits into results. If you want to achieve anything meaningful, stop waiting for sparks. Build the engine of discipline, because engines run even in storms. They do not flicker or fade. They power through. Motivation may start your journey, but discipline will carry you to the destination. Why waiting for inspiration is the trap. Consistency is the invisible thread that ties effort to achievement. It is not about doing something perfectly once. It is about showing up repeatedly, even when progress feels slow or invisible. Success is rarely the result of a single grand gesture. It is the accumulation of small, deliberate actions performed day after day. Consistency transforms ordinary habits into extraordinary outcomes. Many people underestimate the power of consistency because its effects are not immediate. When you start a new habit, the results may seem insignificant at first, leading to frustration and doubt. But consistency compounds over time, just like interest in a savings account. Each small action builds upon the last, creating momentum that eventually becomes unstoppable. The truth is, consistency is harder than intensity. Anyone can work hard for a day or two, but few can sustain effort for weeks, months, or years. Intensity burns bright and fades quickly, while consistency burns steady and lasts. It is the quiet force that outperforms bursts of enthusiasm every single time. Consistency also builds trust with yourself and with others. Every time you follow through on a commitment, you reinforce your identity as someone who keeps promises. This self-trust becomes the foundation for confidence and resilience. When challenges arise, you know you can rely on your habits because you have proven it to yourself repeatedly. If you want lasting success, stop chasing perfection and start embracing consistency. Show up every day, even when it feels inconvenient or uninspiring. Over time, those small, consistent actions will create results so powerful that they will seem almost magical. Consistency is not glamorous, but it is the secret ingredient behind every great achievement. Discipline is often misunderstood as restriction, but in reality, it is the gateway to freedom. When you practice discipline, you take control of your choices instead of being controlled by impulses, distractions, or circumstances. Freedom is not doing whatever you feel like in the moment. True freedom is having the power to live life on your own terms, and that power comes from discipline. Without discipline, life becomes chaotic. You spend your days reacting instead of acting, chasing short-term pleasures that lead to long-term frustration. Lack of discipline traps you in cycles of procrastination, poor habits, and missed opportunities. It feels like freedom at first, skipping the workout, indulging in unhealthy habits. But those choices accumulate into limitations that rob you of health, success, and peace of mind. Discipline creates structure, and structure creates space for growth. When you set boundaries for your time, energy, and habits, you eliminate the clutter that drains your focus. This clarity allows you to pursue what truly matters without being pulled in 1,000 directions. The disciplined person does not waste hours on distractions because every action aligns with their goals. Financial freedom is a perfect example. People who practice discipline in spending and saving eventually enjoy the liberty to travel, invest, and live without debt. Those who lack discipline remain chained to bills and obligations. The same principle applies to health, career, and relationships. Discipline today creates freedom tomorrow. When you master discipline, you no longer depend on fleeting motivation or external circumstances. You become self-directed, capable of saying no to what doesn't serve you and yes to what moves you forward. That is real freedom. The ability to choose your future instead of being a prisoner of your impulses. Discipline is not a cage. It is the key that unlocks the life you deserve. Motivation crumbles when life applies pressure because it is rooted in emotion, not commitment. When things are easy, motivation feels strong. It gives you energy, excitement, and confidence. But the moment obstacles appear, that emotional high disappears. Stress, fatigue, and uncertainty drain motivation quickly, leaving you without the drive to keep going. Pressure exposes the weakness of relying on feelings. Motivation says, "I feel like doing this." But under pressure, you rarely feel like doing anything hard. Deadlines, setbacks, and unexpected challenges create discomfort, and motivation avoids discomfort. Discipline, however, thrives in discomfort because it is built on decisions, not moods. Think about athletes during intense competition. They do not rely on motivation to perform. They rely on discipline training that has become second nature. When the pressure is highest, habits take over. This is why disciplined people succeed. They have systems that function even when emotions fail. Under pressure, your brain seeks relief, not progress. Motivation encourages shortcuts and excuses, while discipline enforces standards. Discipline says, "I will do this because I decided to," regardless of stress or fear. That is why discipline outlasts motivation every time. If you want to succeed when life gets tough, stop depending on motivation. Build habits and routines that operate automatically, even in chaos. Pressure will always come, but with discipline, you will not break. You will push through and win. Daily action works because it leverages the brain's natural wiring for habit formation and consistency. When you repeat a behavior every day, you strengthen neural pathways associated with that action, making it easier and more automatic over time. This process, known as neuroplasticity, allows your brain to adapt and create patterns that support your goals. Each time you perform a task, your brain releases dopamine, a chemical linked to reward and motivation. This reinforces the behavior, signaling that it is beneficial. Over time, these repeated signals turn effort into routine, reducing the need for conscious decision-making. What once felt difficult becomes second nature because your brain prefers efficiency and predictability. Daily action also combats decision fatigue. Every choice you make consumes mental energy, and when that energy runs low, you are more likely to procrastinate or make poor decisions. By committing to a daily routine, you eliminate unnecessary choices. There is no debate about whether to act because the decision has already been made. This frees up mental bandwidth for more important tasks. Consistency triggers the compound effect. Small actions performed daily accumulate into significant results, even if progress seems invisible at first. Just as drops of water fill a bucket, tiny steps taken every day create momentum that eventually becomes unstoppable. This principle applies to fitness, learning, business, and every area of life. Science proves that success is not about occasional bursts of effort, but about sustained, repeated action. When you show up daily, you train your brain, conserve energy, and build habits that last. Daily action is not glamorous, but it is the most powerful tool for creating lasting change. Structure is the anchor that keeps you steady when emotions try to pull you off course. Emotions are unpredictable. They rise and fall with circumstances, making them unreliable for long-term success. When you depend on feelings to guide your actions, you become inconsistent because feelings change daily. Structure, however, provides stability. It creates a clear path that does not bend to mood swings or external chaos. A structured plan removes guesswork. When you know what to do and when to do it, you eliminate the mental debate that often leads to procrastination. Instead of asking, Do I feel like working out today? Your schedule answers for you. It's workout time. This clarity transforms discipline from a struggle into a system, reducing the friction between intention and action. Structure also builds momentum. Each completed task reinforces your commitment, making the next one easier. Over time, these small wins compound into confidence and progress. Without structure, even strong motivation can scatter into wasted effort because there is no framework to channel it effectively. Think of structure as the rails on which your train of discipline runs. Without rails, the train derails at the first obstacle. With rails, it moves forward regardless of storms or distractions. Emotions may fluctuate, but structure ensures you stay on track. If you want lasting success, prioritize structure over emotion. Create routines, set boundaries, and design systems that make action automatic. When life gets messy and feelings fade, your structure will keep you moving toward your goals, calm, focused, and unstoppable. Winners rely on systems because systems remove uncertainty and make success predictable. A system is a structured process that turns goals into repeatable actions, ensuring progress even when motivation fades. Instead of hoping for inspiration, winners create frameworks that guide their behavior automatically, reducing the need for constant decision-making. Systems simplify complexity. Big goals can feel overwhelming, but when broken into clear steps, they become manageable. For example, a fitness system might include scheduled workouts, meal plans, and progress tracking. Each element works together to produce results without relying on willpower alone. This approach transforms discipline from a struggle into a routine. Systems also protect against failure. Life is full of distractions and setbacks, but a well-designed system keeps you on track. When obstacles arise, you don't need to reinvent your strategy. You simply follow the process. This consistency builds resilience and ensures that progress continues, even under pressure. Another reason winners trust systems is scalability. Motivation cannot scale, but systems can. Whether you're managing a business, training for a marathon, or learning a new skill, systems allow you to repeat success across different areas of life. They create habits that compound over time, turning small actions into massive achievements. If you want to win, stop relying on feelings and start building systems. Define your steps, schedule your actions, and automate as much as possible. When you have a system, success is no longer a matter of chance. It becomes a matter of time. Turning discipline into a lifestyle means shifting from a temporary effort to permanent identity. Discipline should not feel like a punishment or a short-term fix. It should become part of who you are. When discipline is woven into your daily life, it stops being a struggle and starts being natural, like brushing your teeth or getting dressed in the morning. The first step is to align discipline with your values. When your habits reflect what truly matters to you, health, success, freedom, they feel purposeful instead of forced. This connection transforms discipline from obligation into empowerment. You are not just following rules, you are living in harmony with your goals. Next, integrate discipline into routines. Routines reduce decision fatigue and make action automatic. For example, if you schedule workouts at the same time every day, you eliminate the mental debate of, should I exercise today? Over time, these routines become rituals that define your lifestyle. Another key is sustainability. Extreme measures often lead to burnout, but small, consistent actions create lasting change. Focus on progress, not perfection. When discipline feels balanced, it becomes enjoyable rather than exhausting. This approach ensures that your habits stick for years, not weeks. Finally, embrace identity-based discipline. Instead of saying, "I want to be disciplined," say, "I am a disciplined person." Your actions will follow your identity. Every choice reinforces who you believe you are. And when discipline becomes part of your identity, it no longer requires constant effort. It becomes effortless. Turning discipline into a lifestyle is not about rigid control. It is about creating a life where your habits serve your dreams. When discipline becomes natural, success becomes inevitable. Success is not a sprint. It is a marathon that demands endurance, patience, and unwavering commitment. The greatest achievements in life rarely happen overnight. They are the result of countless small actions compounded over time, fueled by discipline rather than fleeting bursts of motivation. When you embrace the long game, you stop chasing quick wins and start building a foundation that lasts. The problem with short-term thinking is that it blinds you to the bigger picture. People often give up because they expect instant results, forgetting that progress is rarely visible in the early stages. Discipline teaches you to trust the process even when the rewards seem distant. Every day you show up, every habit you reinforce, every challenge you overcome, brings you closer to your ultimate goal. Think of success like planting a tree. You cannot expect fruit the day after you sow the seed. You must water it, nurture it, and protect it from storms. At first, it looks like nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, roots are growing strong. Similarly, your disciplined actions may feel insignificant now, but they are creating the structure for future breakthroughs. The long game also requires resilience against setbacks. Life will throw obstacles your way: unexpected failures, financial struggles, personal hardships. But discipline keeps you moving forward when others quit. It reminds you that temporary pain is part of permanent growth. Those who endure the hard seasons reap the rewards that others only dream about. When you commit to the long game, you stop asking, "How fast can I succeed?" and start asking, "How far can I go?" That shift in mindset changes everything. Success becomes inevitable because you are no longer chasing speed. You are building strength, consistency, and mastery. And in the end, those who play the long game always win. Chapter 2: The Science of Self-Discipline. Habits are built through a process called neuroplasticity, where your brain rewires itself based on repeated behaviors. Every time you perform an action, neurons in your brain communicate and strengthen their connections. The more you repeat the behavior, the stronger these neural pathways become, making the action easier and more automatic over time. This process begins with a cue, which triggers a routine, followed by a reward. For example, if you feel stressed, cue, and eat a snack, routine. The pleasure you experience, reward, reinforces the habit. Your brain learns to associate the cue with a reward, creating a loop that becomes harder to break the more it is repeated. The basal ganglia, a part of your brain responsible for automatic behaviors, plays a key role in habit formation. When you first start a new habit, your prefrontal cortex, the decision-making center, works hard to control your actions. But as the habit becomes ingrained, the basal ganglia takes over, reducing the mental effort required. This is why habits feel effortless once they are established. Dopamine also influences habit building. Each time you complete a rewarding action, dopamine is released, signaling pleasure and reinforcing the behavior. Over time, your brain begins to anticipate the reward, motivating you to repeat the habit even before the reward occurs. Understanding how your brain builds habits is powerful because it means you can design your environment and routines to work with your brain, not against it. By repeating positive behaviors consistently and linking them to clear cues and rewards, you can create habits that stick and ultimately shape the life you want. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that plays a critical role in shaping behavior because it is closely linked to the brain's reward system. Whenever you engage in an activity that feels pleasurable or rewarding, your brain releases dopamine, creating a sense of satisfaction. This chemical signal reinforces the behavior, making you more likely to repeat it in the future. Dopamine does not just respond to rewards, it anticipates them. When your brain predicts that a certain action will lead to a positive outcome, dopamine levels rise even before the reward occurs. This anticipation drives motivation and influences decision-making, pushing you toward behaviors that promise gratification. This mechanism is why habits, both good and bad, are so powerful. For example, when you check your phone and see a notification, dopamine spikes, reinforcing the habit of constant checking. Similarly, when you complete a workout and feel accomplished, dopamine strengthens the association between exercise and pleasure, making it easier to stick with the routine. However, dopamine can also lead to destructive patterns if not managed. Behaviors that provide instant gratification, like junk food or social media scrolling, trigger dopamine surges that override long-term goals. Over time, this can create dependency and weaken self-control. Understanding dopamine's role in behavior allows you to design better habits by linking positive actions to rewarding experiences, such as celebrating small wins or tracking progress. You can harness dopamine to reinforce discipline. When you control the triggers and rewards, you control the behaviors that shape your life. Decision fatigue occurs when your brain becomes exhausted from making too many choices, reducing your ability to make sound decisions. Every decision, big or small, requires mental energy. As the day progresses and you make hundreds of choices, your cognitive resources deplete, leaving you vulnerable to poor judgment, procrastination, and impulsive behavior. This phenomenon explains why people often abandon healthy habits later in the day. After hours of deciding what to wear, what to eat, and how to respond to emails, your brain seeks relief from the constant strain. In this state, you are more likely to choose convenience over discipline, such as skipping a workout or indulging in junk food. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for decision-making and self-control, tires with overuse. When it is fatigued, your ability to resist temptation weakens, and your focus deteriorates. This is why disciplined individuals rely on systems and routines. They reduce unnecessary choices and preserve mental energy for important tasks. One effective way to combat decision fatigue is to automate as much as possible. Plan meals in advance, set a fixed workout schedule, and create a structured daily routine. By minimizing trivial decisions, you free up mental bandwidth for critical thinking and goal-oriented actions. Understanding decision fatigue is essential because it reveals why willpower alone is not enough. Success depends on designing your life to reduce decision overload. When you eliminate unnecessary choices, you protect your discipline and ensure that your energy is spent on what truly matters. Willpower is limited because it functions like a muscle. It can be exhausted with overuse. Every time you resist temptation or make a difficult choice, you draw from a finite pool of mental energy. As the day progresses and you face repeated decisions, that pool shrinks, leaving you more vulnerable to distractions and poor choices. Psychologists call this phenomenon ego depletion, which means your self-control weakens after prolonged exertion. For example, if you spend hours resisting unhealthy snacks, you may find it harder to focus on work or stick to your evening workout. The brain prioritizes conserving energy, so when willpower runs low, it seeks comfort and convenience. This limitation explains why relying solely on willpower is a flawed strategy. It works in short bursts, but cannot sustain long-term discipline. Habits and systems are essential because they reduce the need for constant self-control. When actions become automatic, they no longer drain your mental resources. Another factor is stress. High-stress situations accelerate willpower depletion because your brain diverts energy to coping mechanisms. This is why people often abandon goals during tough times. They simply run out of mental fuel. The solution is to design your environment and routines so that discipline does not depend on moment-to-moment willpower. Understanding that willpower is finite empowers you to work smarter. Instead of fighting temptation all day, create habits, remove triggers, and build systems that make good choices effortless. When you stop relying on willpower alone, you unlock the consistency needed for lasting success. Focus is the brain's ability to direct attention toward a single task while filtering out distractions, and it relies on specific neural mechanisms. At the core of this process is the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for executive functions such as decision-making, planning, and concentration. When you focus, this area works like a control center, prioritizing relevant information and suppressing competing stimuli. The neurotransmitter dopamine plays a critical role in sustaining focus. Dopamine acts as a reward signal, motivating the brain to stay engaged with a task by creating a sense of satisfaction when progress is made. This is why breaking tasks into smaller goals enhances focus. Each completed step triggers a dopamine release, reinforcing continued effort. Another key player is the reticular activating system, RAS, which acts as a filter for sensory input. It determines what information reaches your conscious mind, allowing you to ignore irrelevant noise and concentrate on what matters. When your RAS is primed, through clear goals or visualization, it becomes easier to maintain attention because your brain knows what to look for. However, focus is not limitless. The brain tires after prolonged concentration, leading to mental fatigue and reduced performance. This is why techniques like the Pomodoro method, working in short, focused bursts with breaks, are effective. They align with the brain's natural rhythm, preventing overload and restoring energy. Understanding the neuroscience of focus empowers you to work smarter. By setting clear goals, minimizing distractions, and leveraging dopamine through small wins, you can train your brain to sustain attention longer. Focus is not just a skill, it is a science, and mastering it gives you a powerful edge in achieving your goals. Neural pathways are the highways of the brain that determine how you think, feel, and act. And over time, they shape your identity. Every thought and behavior you repeat strengthens a specific pathway, making that pattern more automatic. This process, called neuroplasticity, means your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on your habits and choices. When you consistently engage in disciplined actions, you reinforce pathways associated with self-control and achievement. These pathways become dominant, influencing how you perceive yourself. For example, if you repeatedly choose to exercise instead of procrastinate, your brain begins to identify you as someone who values health and persistence. Identity is not fixed. It is built through repetition. Conversely, negative habits carve out pathways that support limiting beliefs. If you often give in to distractions, your brain strengthens circuits that favor instant gratification. Over time, this creates an identity of, "I'm not disciplined," even though it's simply the result of repeated choices. The good news is that these pathways can be changed with intentional effort. The key to reshaping identity is consistency. Each time you act in alignment with the person you want to become, you lay down a stronger neural track for that identity. Eventually, these tracks become the default route your brain takes, making discipline feel natural instead of forced. Your identity is not who you are by chance. It is who you train your brain to be. By consciously choosing disciplined behaviors, you can rewire your neural pathways and create an identity that supports success, confidence, and freedom. Self-control is the ability to regulate thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in pursuit of long-term goals, even when faced with short-term temptations. Psychologically, it is rooted in the concept of delayed gratification, choosing future rewards over immediate pleasure. This skill is essential because success often requires resisting impulses that offer quick satisfaction but undermine progress. The foundation of self-control lies in executive function, governed by the prefrontal cortex. This part of the brain enables planning, decision-making, and impulse regulation. When you exercise self-control, you override automatic responses driven by the limbic system, which seeks instant gratification. This mental tug-of-war explains why discipline feels challenging. It requires conscious effort to suppress instinctive desires. Research shows that self-control operates like a limited resource. Each act of restraint consumes mental energy, leading to ego depletion over time. This is why people often make poor choices after a long day of resisting temptations. To counter this, psychologists recommend building habits and routines that reduce reliance on willpower, making disciplined behavior automatic. Another key factor is emotion regulation. Stress and negative emotions weaken self-control because they trigger impulsive coping mechanisms. Techniques such as mindfulness, deep breathing, and reframing thoughts help maintain composure, preserving the mental energy needed for disciplined decisions. Ultimately, self-control is not about perfection. It is about creating systems that make good choices easier and bad choices harder. By understanding the psychology behind it, you can design your environment, manage emotions, and build habits that support your goals. Self-control is the cornerstone of discipline, and mastering it unlocks the path to lasting success. Environment matters because it shapes behavior more powerfully than willpower does any. Your surroundings constantly send signals that influence your choices, often without conscious awareness. When your environment is cluttered with distractions, unhealthy options, or triggers for bad habits, discipline becomes an uphill battle. Conversely, a well-designed environment makes good decisions effortless and bad decisions inconvenient. Psychologists call this concept choice architecture, structuring your surroundings to guide behavior. For example, placing healthy snacks within reach and hiding junk food reduces temptation without relying on self-control. Similarly, keeping your workspace clean and free of distractions improves focus because your brain associates the space with productivity. Environment also affects identity. The places you spend time in reinforce certain behaviors and mindsets. A gym encourages fitness, while a chaotic home office promotes procrastination. By intentionally designing your environment, you create cues that align with your goals, making discipline feel natural instead of forced. Digital environments matter too. Constant notifications and social media temptations drain attention and increase decision fatigue. Turning off alerts, using website blockers, and organizing digital files are simple steps that protect your focus and energy. The truth is, success is not just about inner strength, it's about outer structure. When your environment supports your goals, you reduce friction and conserve mental energy. Discipline thrives in spaces that make the right choice the easy choice. If you want lasting change, start by shaping the world around you. It will shape you in return. The habit formation timeline explains how long it takes for a behavior to become automatic. And research shows it is not the 21 days myth often repeated. Studies from University College London found that, on average, it takes 66 days for a habit to become ingrained. But the actual time varies based on complexity, consistency, and individual differences. The process begins with the initiation phase, where you consciously decide to adopt a new behavior. This stage requires the most effort because your brain is creating new neural pathways. Every action feels deliberate and often uncomfortable as you override old patterns. Next comes the learning phase, where repetition strengthens those pathways. During this stage, the habit starts to feel easier, but it still demands attention. Skipping days can disrupt progress because the brain is still forming associations between cues and routines. Finally, you reach the automaticity phase, where the behavior becomes second nature. At this point, the habit requires little mental energy because the basal ganglia has taken over, allowing the action to run on autopilot. This is the ultimate goal, making discipline effortless. It's important to note that the timeline is flexible. Simple habits, like drinking water in the morning, may take a few weeks, while complex habits, like daily exercise, can take several months. Consistency is the key factor. Every repetition moves you closer to automaticity. Understanding the habit formation timeline helps you set realistic expectations. Discipline is not about instant results. It is about persistence through the early stages until the behavior becomes part of your identity. When you commit to the process, time works in your favor. Rewiring your brain for success begins with understanding that your thoughts and behaviors are not fixed. They are shaped by neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself through experience. Every time you repeat a positive action or thought, you strengthen neural pathways that support success. Conversely, negative patterns weaken when they are no longer reinforced. The first step in rewiring is awareness. You must identify the habits and beliefs that hold you back. Limiting thoughts like, "I'm not disciplined" or "I always fail," create strong neural circuits that influence your behavior. By consciously replacing these with empowering statements, such as, "I am capable," or "I follow through," you begin to carve new pathways that align with your goals. Next, pair awareness with consistent action. The brain learns through repetition, so every discipline choice reinforces the identity you want to build. Whether it's exercising daily, managing time effectively, or practicing gratitude, each repetition strengthens the neural connections that make these behaviors automatic. Visualization is another powerful tool. When you vividly imagine achieving your goals, your brain activates the same regions as if you were performing the action. This primes your mind for success and increases motivation to follow through. Combine visualization with real-world steps to accelerate change. Finally, create an environment that supports your new wiring. Surround yourself with cues that trigger positive habits and remove triggers for negative ones. Over time, these external structures work with your internal rewiring, making success inevitable. Your brain is not a prison. It is a moldable system that responds to what you feed it. By choosing empowering thoughts, disciplined actions, and supportive environments, you can rewire your brain to think, act, and live like the person you aspire to be. Chapter 3. The myths that hold you back. Talent may open the door, but effort determines whether you walk through it. Natural ability gives an initial advantage, but without consistent work, talent stagnates. Effort, fueled by discipline, transforms potential into performance. History is filled with examples of highly talented individuals who never reached greatness because they relied solely on their gifts, while those with average ability but relentless effort achieved extraordinary success. Talent is fixed at birth, but effort is limitless. You cannot control how much talent you are given, but you can control how hard you work. Every hour of practice, every disciplined choice, every moment spent improving compounds over time, creating mastery that talent alone cannot guarantee. Effort turns raw skill into refined excellence. Psychological research supports this truth. Studies on achievement show that grit, the combination of passion and perseverance, is a stronger predictor of success than IQ or innate ability. Talent may help you start fast, but grit keeps you moving when challenges arise. Effort sustains progress long after motivation fades. Effort also builds resilience. When you work hard, you learn to overcome obstacles, adapt to setbacks, and push through discomfort. These qualities are essential for long-term success because every meaningful goal comes with adversity. Talent cannot shield you from failure, but effort equips you to rise after every fall. In the battle between talent and effort, effort wins because it is within your control. Discipline ensures that effort is consistent, turning small actions into monumental achievements. If you want to succeed, stop asking, "Am I talented enough?" and start asking, "Am I willing to work harder than anyone else?" The answer to that question will define your future. Luck is often seen as the secret ingredient behind success, but this belief is an illusion that undermines the power of discipline and effort. People love to attribute achievements to luck because it makes success seem effortless, as if fortune simply smiled on a chosen few. In reality, what looks like luck is usually the result of consistent preparation meeting opportunity. When someone wins big or achieves greatness, outsiders often say, "They were lucky." But if you look closer, you'll find years of hard work, sacrifices, and persistence behind that moment. Luck may open a door, but only disciplined individuals are ready to walk through it. Without preparation, opportunities pass unnoticed or unseized. The illusion of luck is dangerous because it creates excuses. Believing success depends on chance discourages action and responsibility. It leads people to wait for the perfect moment instead of creating it through effort. Winners understand that luck is not a strategy. It is a byproduct of relentless work. Consider this: the more disciplined you are, the luckier you become. Why? Because discipline puts you in the right place at the right time more often. It sharpens your skills, expands your network, and increases your readiness for opportunities others miss. What seems like luck is really the compound effect of preparation. Stop chasing luck and start building habits that attract it. When you show up consistently, work hard, and stay focused, opportunities will find you. Luck is not magic. It is the reward for those who refuse to quit. Positive thinking is powerful, but on its own, it is not enough to create lasting success. Thoughts influence emotions and actions, but without consistent effort and disciplined behavior, they remain ideas floating in your mind. Success requires turning those thoughts into tangible steps, and that transformation only happens through action. The problem with relying solely on positive thinking is that it can create a false sense of progress. People often feel motivated after affirmations or visualization. But if they do not follow up with disciplined habits, nothing changes. Optimism without execution leads to frustration because dreams stay dreams. Psychology explains this through the concept of cognitive dissonance, the gap between what you believe and what you do. When you think positively but fail to act, that gap widens, creating stress and self-doubt. Discipline closes that gap by aligning your actions with your intentions, turning hope into achievement. Positive thinking also cannot overcome poor systems. You can believe in success all day, but if your environment is filled with distractions and your schedule lacks structure, progress will stall. Discipline provides the framework that supports your mindset, ensuring that optimism translates into measurable results. The truth is, positive thinking is a tool, not a solution. It sets the stage for confidence and resilience, but discipline performs the play. Combine a strong mindset with consistent action, and you create unstoppable momentum. Success is not just about thinking, it is about doing. The myth of overnight success is one of the most persistent illusions in modern culture. People see someone rise to fame or achieve massive wealth and assume it happened instantly. Social media amplifies this belief by showcasing highlight reels without revealing the years of effort behind the scenes. In reality, overnight success is almost always the result of long-term discipline, persistence, and preparation. What looks like sudden achievement is usually the tipping point of countless small actions compounded over time. Entrepreneurs who explode onto the market have often spent years refining their craft, failing repeatedly, and learning from mistakes. Athletes who dominate the spotlight have endured grueling training sessions long before anyone noticed their talent. The public sees the breakthrough, not the grind. Believing in overnight success is dangerous because it creates unrealistic expectations. When progress feels slow, people quit, thinking they lack what others have. The truth is, success is rarely fast. It is built brick by brick. Discipline ensures you keep laying those bricks even when no one is watching, so when opportunity comes, you are ready. This myth also undermines the value of resilience. Every great achievement involves setbacks, sacrifices, and moments of doubt. Those who succeed are not lucky. They are relentless. They show up day after day, fueled by systems and habits that make progress inevitable. If you want real success, stop chasing shortcuts. Embrace the long game, commit to consistent effort, and trust the process. Overnight success is not magic. It is the visible result of invisible work done over years. Vision boards are popular because they create a visual representation of goals, but they are not enough to guarantee success. Looking at inspiring images can spark motivation, yet motivation is temporary. Without action, a vision board becomes nothing more than decoration. Success requires constant effort, not just visualization. The problem with vision boards is that they often give a false sense of progress. When you spend time arranging pictures of dream houses, luxury cars, or ideal careers, your brain experiences a small dopamine boost, making you feel accomplished. This illusion of achievement can reduce the urgency to take real steps toward your goals. Visualization is powerful when paired with discipline, but on its own, it lacks structure. A vision board does not tell you what to do today, how to overcome obstacles, or how to stay consistent when motivation fades. It shows the destination, but ignores the roadmap. Without systems and habits, those dreams remain out of reach. Another issue is that vision boards focus on outcomes, not processes. Success is built through daily actions, planning, learning, practicing, not by staring at pictures. Winners understand that results come from routines, not wishes. A vision board can remind you of your why, but your how must come from disciplined execution. If you want your vision board to work, use it as a tool, not a solution. Pair it with clear goals, actionable steps, and accountability systems. Dreams need structure to become reality. Motivation may start the journey, but discipline will finish it. The hard truth about success is that it demands far more than talent, luck, or fleeting motivation. Success is built on relentless effort, unwavering discipline, and the willingness to endure discomfort for extended periods. Most people dream of achievement, but underestimate the price it requires. Sacrifice, patience, and consistency when progress feels invisible. One reality many avoid is that success is not glamorous in the process. Behind every breakthrough are countless hours of repetitive work, failures, and moments of doubt. The world celebrates results, but rarely shows the grind that produces them. If you want extraordinary outcomes, you must embrace ordinary, disciplined actions every single day. Another truth is that shortcuts do not exist. Quick fixes and overnight success stories are illusions. Sustainable achievement comes from systems, habits, and persistence. Those who chase instant gratification often quit when results take longer than expected, while those who commit to the long game eventually rise above the rest. Success also requires resilience. You will face setbacks, criticism, and obstacles that test your resolve. Many give up because they expect the journey to be smooth. The reality is that adversity is part of the process, and discipline is what keeps you moving forward when everything feels impossible. The hard truth is simple. Success is earned, not given. It demands that you show up when you don't feel like it, work when no one is watching, and keep going long after motivation fades. If you accept this truth and commit to disciplined action, success becomes inevitable. not because it's easy, but because you refuse to quit. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is an essential part of the process. Every setback teaches lessons that cannot be learned through victory alone. When you fail, you gain insight into what doesn't work, refine your strategies, and build resilience. These experiences shape the foundation for future achievements, making failure a stepping stone rather than a roadblock. One reason failure is so valuable is that it exposes weaknesses. It reveals gaps in your skills, habits, or planning that you might overlook when things go smoothly. By confronting these gaps, you grow stronger and more prepared for the next challenge. Success without struggle often breeds complacency, while failure fuels improvement. Failure also builds mental toughness. Each time you recover from a setback, you strengthen your ability to persevere. This resilience is what separates those who quit from those who thrive. Winners understand that failure is temporary, but quitting makes it permanent. Discipline ensures you keep moving forward even when progress feels impossible. Another truth is that failure often precedes breakthroughs. Many of the world's greatest innovations and achievements were born from repeated mistakes. Thomas Edison famously said he didn't fail. He discovered thousands of ways that didn't work. That mindset turns failure into feedback, not defeat. If you want lasting success, embrace failure as part of the journey. Do not fear it. Learn from it. Every misstep brings you closer to mastery, provided you respond with persistence and discipline. Failure is not the end. It is the training ground for greatness. The comfort zone trap is one of the biggest obstacles to growth because it disguises itself as safety. Inside your comfort zone, everything feels familiar and easy. But that sense of security comes at a cost: stagnation. When you avoid discomfort, you also avoid progress. Success lives outside the boundaries of what feels comfortable. The comfort zone limits ambition by creating a false belief that risk equals danger. In reality, risk is the price of opportunity. Every breakthrough, whether in business, fitness, or personal development, requires stepping into uncertainty. Those who cling to comfort trade potential for predictability, never realizing that predictability often leads to mediocrity. One reason the comfort zone is so dangerous is that it shrinks over time. The longer you stay in it, the more fearful you become of change. This fear breeds procrastination and excuses, convincing you that now isn't the right time. Meanwhile, opportunities pass by, and dreams fade into regret. Breaking free requires deliberate action. Start small. Take on challenges that stretch you without overwhelming you. Each step outside your comfort zone expands your confidence and resilience, making the next step easier. Over time, discomfort becomes your new normal, and growth becomes unstoppable. The truth is simple. Comfort feels good, but it kills progress. If you want to achieve greatness, you must embrace discomfort as the path to transformation. Discipline is the bridge that carries you from the familiar to the extraordinary. Step outside, and you'll discover that the life you want has been waiting beyond the walls of your comfort zone. Waiting for the right time is one of the most common excuses that keeps people stuck. The truth is, there is no perfect moment to start pursuing your goals. Life will always present challenges, distractions, and uncertainties. If you wait for conditions to be ideal, you will wait forever. Success belongs to those who act despite imperfection. The idea of the right time creates a false sense of control. People convince themselves that delaying action is strategic, but in reality, it is procrastination disguised as planning. Every day you postpone, you lose momentum and opportunities that may never return. Time does not pause for your convenience. It moves forward whether you act or not. Fear often hides behind the excuse of timing. Waiting feels safe because it delays risk, but it also delays growth. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to start, because hesitation strengthens doubt. Discipline breaks this cycle by focusing on action, not conditions. It teaches you to move forward even when circumstances are less than perfect. Consider this. The most successful people rarely started under ideal circumstances. They began with limited resources, uncertainty, and obstacles. But they started. Action creates clarity, while waiting creates stagnation. Progress is born from doing, not from waiting for stars to align. If you want to achieve your goals, stop searching for the right time. The right time is now. Every step you take today brings you closer to the life you want, while every delay pushes it further away. Discipline does not wait. It acts, and that is why it wins. The motivation industry thrives on selling quick fixes and emotional highs, but most of its promises are misleading. It tells you that success depends on staying motivated, as if constant inspiration is the key to achievement. The truth is, motivation is fleeting. It rises and falls with your mood and circumstances. Building your life around it sets you up for failure. One common lie is that you need to feel ready before taking action. This idea keeps people stuck, waiting for a perfect moment that never comes. Winners know that readiness is a myth. Action creates readiness, not the other way around. Discipline, not motivation, is what moves you forward when feelings fade. Another false claim is that positive affirmations alone will change your life. While affirmations can boost confidence, they do nothing without consistent effort. The industry sells the illusion that thinking positively is enough. But success demands habits, systems, and persistence, not just words. The motivation industry also glorifies overnight success stories, making people believe that transformation happens instantly. This narrative ignores the years of hard work behind every breakthrough. When results take longer than expected, people quit, thinking they lack what others have. In reality, they lack patience and structure, not potential. Finally, the biggest lie is that motivation is the solution to every problem. Motivation is a spark, but sparks die quickly. Discipline is the engine that keeps you moving when the spark goes out. If you want real success, stop chasing motivational highs and start building habits that last. The truth is simple. Motivation feels good, but discipline wins every time. Part 2. Building Mental Toughness. Chapter 4. The Psychology of Mental Strength. Mental toughness is the ability to stay focused, resilient, and committed in the face of adversity, discomfort, and uncertainty. It is not about being emotionless or fearless. It is about controlling your response when challenges arise. Mental toughness means choosing discipline over impulse, persistence over quitting, and progress over excuses, even when the path feels overwhelming. At its core, mental toughness is built on 3 pillars: resilience, focus, and consistency. Resilience allows you to recover from setbacks without losing momentum. Instead of viewing failure as defeat, you see it as feedback and keep moving forward. Focus keeps your attention locked on your goals, filtering out distractions and resisting the temptation of short-term gratification. Consistency ensures that you show up every day, regardless of mood or circumstances. Mental toughness also involves emotional regulation. Stress, fear, and frustration are inevitable, but tough individuals manage these emotions instead of letting them dictate behavior. They use strategies like reframing negative thoughts, practicing mindfulness, and maintaining perspective to stay calm under pressure. Another key aspect is embracing discomfort. Growth never happens in the comfort zone, and mentally tough people understand this. They willingly endure challenges because they know that pain is temporary, but progress is permanent. This mindset transforms obstacles into opportunities for strength. Ultimately, mental toughness is not a trait you are born with. It is a skill you develop through disciplined action. Every time you push through resistance, stick to your plan, and refuse to quit, you strengthen this skill. Mental toughness is the armor that protects your goals and the engine that drives you forward when everything else says stop. Resilience is the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and keep moving forward despite challenges. It is not about avoiding difficulties. It is about strengthening your capacity to handle them. When you build resilience, you train your mind to see obstacles as temporary and solvable, not permanent roadblocks. Instead of asking, "Why me?" you begin to ask, "What can I learn from this?" Stress and frustration are inevitable, but you can control your response. Techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, and journaling help calm your mind and prevent impulsive reactions. When you manage your emotions effectively, you preserve the mental energy needed to make disciplined decisions and stay focused on your goals. Resilience also grows through connection. Surrounding yourself with people who encourage and challenge you provides emotional stability and practical advice during tough times. Positive relationships remind you that you are not alone and give you strength when your own resolve feels weak. Another key to resilience is focusing on what you can control. Life will always present circumstances beyond your influence, but wasting energy on them only breeds frustration. Identify actionable steps and commit to them. This creates a sense of progress even in uncertainty, reinforcing your confidence. Problem solving is another cornerstone of resilience. Break big challenges into smaller, manageable tasks. Each solved step builds confidence and reduces overwhelm, making you more adaptable. Pair this with self-care, adequate sleep, proper nutrition, and regular exercise to maintain the physical strength that supports mental toughness. Finally, embrace discomfort as a teacher. Growth never happens in the comfort zone, and every challenge you face strengthens your ability to handle the next one. When you maintain a long-term vision and celebrate small wins along the way, resilience becomes second nature. Discipline ensures you keep showing up, and with every step forward, you prove that setbacks are not the end. They are the beginning of your greatest breakthroughs. Grit is the relentless combination of passion and perseverance that drives long-term success. It is not about short bursts of effort or fleeting motivation. It is about sustained commitment to your goals, even when progress feels slow and obstacles seem overwhelming. Grit keeps you moving forward when others quit. Unlike talent or intelligence, grit is a skill you can develop. It begins with a clear sense of purpose, a deep reason why your goal matters. This purpose fuels persistence during hard times, reminding you that temporary discomfort is worth the ultimate reward. People with grit do not chase quick wins. They embrace the long game. Grit also thrives on resilience. Setbacks are inevitable, but gritty individuals view failure as feedback, not defeat. They learn, adapt, and keep going. This mindset transforms challenges into stepping stones rather than stumbling blocks. Every obstacle becomes an opportunity to grow stronger. Another key element of grit is consistency. Passion without discipline fades quickly, but grit pairs passion with daily action. It is the quiet force that shows up when motivation disappears, the determination to do what needs to be done, regardless of mood or circumstances. The role of grit in success cannot be overstated. It outperforms talent, luck, and even intelligence, because it ensures progress over time. When you cultivate grit, you become unstoppable, not because the journey is easy, but because you refuse to quit. Success is not about how fast you start, it's about how long you endure. Resilience is the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and keep moving forward despite challenges. Building resilience is not about avoiding difficulties. It's about strengthening your capacity to handle them. Shift your perspective by viewing obstacles as temporary and solvable, not permanent roadblocks. Practice reframing challenges as opportunities for growth. Instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Strengthen emotional regulation, because stress and frustration are inevitable, but you can control your response. Techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, and journaling help calm your mind and prevent impulsive reactions. Build a support system by surrounding yourself with people who encourage and challenge you. Positive relationships provide emotional stability and practical advice during tough times. Focus on what you can control to conserve energy and create progress. Identify actionable steps and commit to them. This creates a sense of movement, even in uncertainty. Develop problem-solving skills by breaking big problems into smaller, manageable tasks. Each solved step builds confidence and reduces overwhelm, making you more adaptable. Practice self-care because physical health impacts mental strength. Prioritize sleep, nutrition, and exercise to maintain energy and clarity. A strong body supports a strong mind. Embrace discomfort because growth happens outside your comfort zone. Take on challenges that stretch you without breaking you. Each experience strengthens your ability to handle future adversity. Maintain a long-term vision to stay motivated. When setbacks occur, remind yourself why you started and what you're working toward. Celebrate small wins to boost confidence and reinforce persistence. These wins remind you that effort pays off. Build discipline because resilience and discipline go hand in hand. When you consistently show up and follow through, you train your mind to endure discomfort and stay committed. Fear of failure is one of the most common barriers to success, and overcoming it begins with understanding its root. Fear thrives on uncertainty and the belief that mistakes define your worth. When you fear failure, you avoid risks, delay action, and settle for mediocrity. But the truth is, failure is not a verdict. It is feedback. It is a teacher, not an enemy. The first step to conquering this fear is reframing your perspective. Instead of seeing failure as proof of inadequacy, view it as part of the learning process. Every setback reveals what doesn't work, guiding you closer to what does. The most successful people in history failed repeatedly before achieving greatness because they treated failure as a stepping stone, not a dead end. Next, detach failure from identity. Failing at a task does not mean you are a failure. It means you attempted something challenging. Separate your self-worth from outcomes. This mindset frees you to take bold actions without the paralyzing weight of perfectionism. Preparation also reduces fear. When you have a clear plan and systems in place, uncertainty shrinks. Discipline gives you confidence because you know you've done the work. Even if you stumble, you have the resilience to recover and try again. Finally, embrace discomfort. Fear of failure often hides behind the desire for safety, but growth requires risk. Start small. Take calculated steps outside your comfort zone. Each experience builds courage, proving that failure is survivable and often transformative. Overcoming fear of failure is not about eliminating fear, it's about acting despite it. When you choose discipline over doubt, you turn fear into fuel. Failure stops being something to avoid and becomes the foundation for success. Resilience is the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and keep moving forward despite challenges. Building resilience is not about avoiding difficulties. It's about strengthening your capacity to handle them. When you shift your perspective and see obstacles as temporary and solvable, you transform challenges into opportunities for growth. Instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Stress and frustration are inevitable, but you can control your response. Techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, and journaling help calm your mind and prevent impulsive reactions. Emotional regulation is a cornerstone of resilience because it allows you to think clearly and act wisely under pressure. Surrounding yourself with supportive people is another key factor. Positive relationships provide emotional stability and practical advice during tough times. When you have a strong support system, you feel less isolated and more capable of overcoming adversity. Resilience also grows when you focus on what you can control. Wasting energy on things beyond your influence only increases stress. Identify actionable steps and commit to them. This creates a sense of progress even in uncertainty, which strengthens confidence. Problem-solving skills are essential. Break big problems into smaller, manageable tasks. Each solved step builds confidence and reduces overwhelm, making you more adaptable. Pair this with self-care, adequate sleep, proper nutrition, and regular exercise to maintain energy and clarity. A strong body supports a strong mind. Embrace discomfort as part of growth. Take on challenges that stretch you without breaking you. Each experience strengthens your ability to handle future adversity. Maintain a long-term vision so setbacks do not derail you. When obstacles arise, remind yourself why you started and what you're working toward. Celebrate small wins along the way. Acknowledging progress, even tiny steps, boosts confidence and reinforces persistence. These wins remind you that effort pays off. Finally, build discipline. Resilience and discipline go hand in hand. When you consistently show up and follow through, you train your mind to endure discomfort and stay committed. Resilience is not about avoiding hardship. It is about thriving through it. Every challenge you overcome makes you stronger, more focused, and more prepared for the next. When you build resilience, you build the foundation for lasting success. A growth mindset is the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort, learning, and persistence. This perspective transforms challenges into opportunities because you see setbacks not as proof of failure, but as stepping stones toward improvement. When you adopt a growth mindset, you stop fearing mistakes and start embracing them as part of the learning process. People with a fixed mindset believe talent and intelligence are static, which leads them to avoid challenges and give up easily. In contrast, those with a growth mindset understand that skills are built through practice and resilience. This belief fuels motivation because progress becomes a matter of effort, not luck or innate ability. One of the greatest advantages of a growth mindset is adaptability. Life is unpredictable and obstacles are inevitable. When you view difficulties as temporary and solvable, you remain calm and focused under pressure. Instead of asking, "Can I do this?" you ask, "How can I learn to do this?" That shift in thinking opens doors that fear would otherwise close. A growth mindset also enhances discipline. When you believe improvement is possible, you commit to consistent action. You stop waiting for perfection and start valuing progress. Every small step reinforces your confidence and strengthens your identity as someone who grows through effort. The truth is, success is rarely about being the smartest or most talented. It's about being willing to learn, adapt, and persist. A growth mindset gives you that advantage. It turns obstacles into lessons, failures into feedback, and effort into mastery. When you embrace this mindset, you unlock your full potential and make discipline a natural part of your journey. Self-talk shapes your reality because the words you speak to yourself influence your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every internal dialogue reinforces a belief system that either empowers you or limits you. When your self-talk is negative, "I'm not good enough," "I always fail," your brain accepts these statements as truth, creating patterns of doubt and hesitation. Over time, these thoughts become self-fulfilling because your behavior aligns with your beliefs. Positive self-talk, on the other hand, builds confidence and resilience. When you tell yourself, "I can handle this," or "I'm capable of learning," you activate neural pathways that support growth and persistence. This mental reinforcement strengthens your ability to take action, even when challenges arise. Your words become the foundation for your mindset, and your mindset drives your results. The power of self-talk lies in repetition. Every time you repeat a thought, you deepen the neural connections associated with it. Negative loops create mental barriers, while positive loops create momentum. This is why affirmations and intentional language are so effective. They reprogram your brain to expect success instead of failure. Self-talk also affects emotional regulation. Encouraging words calm stress and reduce fear, while harsh criticism amplifies anxiety and procrastination. By choosing empowering language, you maintain focus and clarity, even under pressure. This mental stability makes disciplined action easier because you are not battling internal resistance. Your reality begins in your mind. If you speak defeat, you live defeat. If you speak strength, you live strength. Discipline starts with the belief that you can follow through, and that belief is shaped by the words you tell yourself every day. Change your self-talk, and you change your life. Turning setbacks into comebacks begins with a mindset shift. Failure is not the end. It is feedback. Every obstacle carries a lesson, that can make you stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the next challenge. The difference between those who quit and those who rise lies in how they respond when things go wrong. The first step is acceptance. Denying or resisting setbacks only prolongs frustration. Acknowledge what happened without judgment, then analyze why it happened. Was it a lack of preparation, a flawed strategy, or an external factor? Clarity turns confusion into direction. Next, extract the lesson. Every setback reveals something valuable about your habits, decisions, or resilience. Ask, what can I learn from this? This question transforms failure into a stepping stone instead of a stumbling block. Winners treat mistakes as data, not disasters. After learning, take action. Adjust your plan, strengthen your systems, and move forward immediately. Momentum is critical because hesitation breeds doubt. Even a small step after a setback restores confidence and keeps progress alive. Finally, use setbacks as fuel. Let them ignite determination instead of defeat. History is filled with stories of people who turned crushing failures into legendary success because they refused to quit. Discipline ensures you keep showing up, even when the road feels uphill. A comeback is not luck. It is the result of resilience, learning, and relentless action. When you turn setbacks into comebacks, you prove that nothing can stop you. Not failure, not fear, not adversity. Every fall becomes a rise, and every challenge becomes a chapter in your victory story. Turning setbacks into comebacks begins with a mindset shift. Failure is not the end. It is feedback. Every obstacle carries a lesson that can make you stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the next challenge. The difference between those who quit and those who rise lies in how they respond when things go wrong. The first step is acceptance. Denying or resisting setbacks only prolongs frustration. Acknowledge what happened without judgment, then analyze why it happened. Was it a lack of preparation, a flawed strategy, or an external factor? Clarity turns confusion into direction. Next, extract the lesson. Every setback reveals something valuable about your habits, decisions, or resilience. Ask, what can I learn from this? This question transforms failure into a stepping stone instead of a stumbling block. Winners treat mistakes as data, not disasters. After learning, take action. Adjust your plan, strengthen your systems, and move forward immediately. Momentum is critical because hesitation breeds doubt. Even a small step after a setback restores confidence and keeps progress alive. Use setbacks as fuel. Let them ignite determination instead of defeat. History is filled with stories of people who turned crushing failures into legendary success because they refused to quit. Discipline ensures you keep showing up, even when the road feels uphill. A comeback is not luck. It is the result of resilience, learning, and relentless action. When you turn setbacks into comebacks, you prove that nothing can stop you. Not failure, not fear, not adversity. Every fall becomes a rise, and every challenge becomes a chapter in your victory story. Chapter 5. Lessons from elite athletes. The discipline behind Olympic glory is built on years of relentless commitment, not moments of inspiration. Athletes who reach the pinnacle of their sport follow strict routines that leave no room for excuses. Every day is structured around training, recovery, nutrition, and mental conditioning. This consistency is what transforms talent into mastery. Olympic athletes understand that success is not about doing what's easy. It's about doing what's necessary, even when it's uncomfortable. They wake up early, train through fatigue, and push past pain because they know discipline is the foundation of performance. While others rely on motivation, these athletes rely on systems that make action automatic. Preparation is everything. Training schedules are planned months, even years in advance, with precise goals for strength, endurance, and technique. Nutrition is monitored to fuel the body efficiently, and sleep is treated as a non-negotiable priority. Every detail matters because excellence is built on the accumulation of small, disciplined choices. Mental discipline is just as critical as physical effort. Athletes practice visualization, mindfulness, and focus drills to stay calm under pressure. They learn to silence doubt and maintain confidence, even when the stakes are high. This mental toughness ensures they perform at their best when it matters most. The truth is, Olympic glory is not about luck or talent alone. It is about unwavering discipline. It is the ability to show up every day, follow the plan, and keep going when the world isn't watching. That level of commitment is what turns dreams into medals and ambition into history. Training for years without quitting requires a level of commitment that goes far beyond motivation. It means showing up day after day, even when progress feels slow and results seem distant. Olympic athletes understand this truth better than anyone. They dedicate years to perfecting their craft, knowing that excellence is built through repetition and persistence, not shortcuts. The key to enduring such a long journey is having a clear purpose. When your goal is deeply meaningful, it becomes the anchor that keeps you steady through fatigue, setbacks, and doubt. Athletes remind themselves why they started and what they are working toward, using that vision to fuel their discipline when motivation fades. Consistency is the foundation. Training schedules are followed with precision, regardless of mood or circumstances. There are no skipped sessions because every day matters. This unwavering routine transforms effort into habit, making discipline automatic rather than optional. Mental strength plays an equally important role. Years of training bring inevitable challenges, injuries, plateaus, and moments of frustration. Those who succeed learn to manage these obstacles without losing focus. They reframe setbacks as lessons and use adversity as fuel to push harder. The truth is, greatness is not achieved in a season. It was earned through years of relentless work. Training without quitting is not about perfection. It is about persistence. When you commit fully and refuse to give up, time becomes your ally, and success becomes inevitable. Athletes push past pain by mastering both physical and mental strategies that allow them to perform under extreme discomfort. Pain is inevitable in high-level training, but champions understand that it is temporary and often a sign of progress. They learn to differentiate between pain that signals growth and pain that signals injury, responding intelligently rather than impulsively. One of the most powerful tools athletes use is mental reframing. Instead of viewing pain as suffering, they see it as proof of effort and a step toward their goal. This shift in perspective turns discomfort into motivation. They remind themselves that every moment of strain brings them closer to mastery. Breathing techniques also play a critical role. Controlled breathing helps manage stress and maintain focus during intense exertion. It calms the nervous system and prevents panic, allowing athletes to stay composed even when their bodies are screaming for relief. Visualization is another key method. Athletes mentally rehearse pushing through pain before it happens, creating a sense of familiarity when the real challenge arrives. This mental preparation reduces fear and strengthens confidence, making it easier to endure discomfort. Finally, discipline is the backbone of pain management. Athletes follow structured recovery routines, stretching, hydration, sleep, and nutrition, to minimize damage and accelerate healing. They understand that pushing past pain is not about recklessness. It is about resilience and preparation. Pain does not stop champions because they refuse to let it define them. They embrace it, manage it, and use it as fuel. For them, pain is not a barrier. It is the price of greatness, and they are willing to pay it every single day. The power of micro goals lies in their ability to make big ambitions achievable by breaking them into small, manageable steps. Large goals often feel overwhelming, creating stress and procrastination. Micro goals eliminate that pressure by focusing on what you can accomplish right now, turning progress into a series of simple actions. Micro goals work because they create momentum. When you complete a small task, your brain releases dopamine, reinforcing the sense of achievement and motivating you to keep going. This positive feedback loop transforms effort into habit, making consistency easier over time. Another advantage is clarity. Big goals can be vague, but micro goals are specific and actionable. Instead of saying, "I need to get fit," you set a micro goal like, "Do 10 push-ups today." These small wins accumulate, building confidence and discipline without mental burden of a massive objective. Micro goals also reduce decision fatigue. When your next step is clear, you avoid wasting energy on planning or debating what to do. This simplicity frees your mind to focus on execution rather than hesitation. The truth is, success is rarely about giant leaps. It's about steady steps. Micro goals turn the journey into a series of achievable milestones, making progress inevitable. When you master the art of breaking big dreams into small actions, you unlock the secret to lasting discipline and unstoppable growth. Consistency beats talent because talent alone cannot guarantee success without sustained effort. Natural ability may give you an initial advantage, but without regular practice and disciplined habits, that advantage fades. Consistency ensures progress even when motivation disappears, turning small actions into lasting results. Talent is static, but consistency compounds. Every day you show up and do the work, you strengthen your skills and build momentum. Over time, these repeated efforts create mastery that raw talent cannot match. The person who practices daily will outperform the gifted individual who only works when inspired. Consistency also builds trust with yourself and with others. Each time you follow through, you reinforce your identity as someone who keeps commitments. This self-trust fuels confidence and resilience, making it easier to stay on track when challenges arise. Another reason consistency wins is that it creates habits. When actions become automatic, they no longer rely on willpower or mood. This stability allows you to maintain progress regardless of circumstances, while talent often falters under pressure. The truth is, success is not about how gifted you are. It's about how persistent you are. Consistency turns ordinary effort into extraordinary achievement. If you want to win, stop relying on talent and start showing up every single day. Over time, discipline will do what talent alone never could. Mental rehearsal techniques are powerful tools athletes use to prepare their minds for peak performance. These techniques involve visualizing success before it happens, creating a mental blueprint that guides physical execution. When you imagine yourself performing a skill perfectly, your brain activates the same neural pathways as if you were actually doing it, strengthening muscle memory and confidence. One common method is visualization of the process, not just the outcome. Instead of only picturing the medal or the victory, athletes mentally walk through every step: the warm-up, the movements, the breathing, the focus. This detailed rehearsal reduces uncertainty and builds familiarity, making the real event feel like a repeat of something already mastered. Another technique is sensory engagement. Athletes imagine the sights, sounds, and even the physical sensations of competition. The feel of the track under their feet, the sound of the crowd, the rhythm of their heartbeat. This immersive approach trains the mind to stay calm and focused under pressure because it has experienced the moment before. Mental rehearsal also includes coping strategies for adversity. Athletes visualize potential challenges, fatigue, mistakes, unexpected conditions, and see themselves responding with composure and resilience. This prepares them to handle setbacks without panic, maintaining performance even when things go wrong. The key to effective mental rehearsal is consistency. Just like physical training, it must be practiced regularly. When combined with disciplined action, these techniques create a powerful synergy between mind and body, ensuring that when the moment comes, the athlete performs with confidence and precision. Mental rehearsal is not daydreaming. It is deliberate training for the brain. It turns uncertainty into readiness and transforms pressure into opportunity. When you master these techniques, you don't just hope for success, you prepare for it. Champions stay calm under pressure because they train their minds as rigorously as their bodies. They understand that high-stakes moments trigger stress responses, and without control, those responses can sabotage performance. Calmness is not luck. It is a skill built through preparation, discipline, and mental conditioning. One strategy they use is controlled breathing. Deep, rhythmic breaths activate the parasympathetic nervous system, lowering heart rate and calming the mind. This simple technique prevents panic and restores focus when tension peaks. Visualization is another powerful tool. Champions rehearse pressure scenarios in their minds long before they face them. They imagine the noise, the expectations, and the intensity, then see themselves performing with confidence. This mental rehearsal creates familiarity, making the real moment feel less overwhelming. They also rely on routines, pre-performance rituals, stretching, listening to music, repeating affirmations, signal the brain that it's time to focus. These routines provide stability in chaotic environments, anchoring the athlete to something predictable. Positive self-talk plays a critical role. Instead of spiraling into doubt, champions use affirmations like, "I've prepared for this," or "stay in control." These words shift attention from fear to action, reinforcing confidence under pressure. Finally, champions embrace the moment rather than resist it. They view pressure as a privilege, a sign that they've earned the stage. This mindset turns stress into energy, fueling performance instead of hindering it. Calmness under pressure is not about eliminating nerves. It's about mastering them. Through breathing, visualization, routines, and mindset, Champions transform pressure into power. That is why, when the world is watching, they rise instead of break. Accountability in sports is one of the most powerful drivers of discipline and performance. Athletes know that success is not just about personal effort. It's about being answerable to coaches, teammates, and even themselves. This sense of responsibility creates a structure that keeps them consistent even when motivation fades. One reason accountability works so well is that it adds external pressure to follow through. When you know someone is tracking your progress, you are less likely to skip a workout or cut corners. Coaches set clear expectations and monitor performance, ensuring athletes stay aligned with their goals. This oversight transforms discipline from a personal choice into a shared commitment. Team dynamics amplify accountability. In sports, every player's effort impacts the group. Missing practice or underperforming doesn't just affect you, it affects everyone. This collective responsibility pushes athletes to show up and give their best, even on tough days. They understand that their actions contribute to something bigger than themselves. Accountability also builds trust. When athletes constantly meet standards, they earn the confidence of coaches and teammates. This trust creates opportunities, leadership roles, more playtime, and greater influence. Conversely, failing to uphold commitments damages credibility, which is why disciplined athletes guard their reputation fiercely. Finally, accountability fosters resilience. When setbacks occur, athletes don't hide. They face feedback and adjust. Honest evaluation from others helps them identify weaknesses and improve faster than they would alone. This cycle of responsibility and growth is what turns good athletes into champions. In sports, accountability is not a burden. It's a tool for greatness. It keeps athletes focused, consistent, and committed to excellence. When you embrace accountability, you stop relying on willpower and start relying on a system that makes success inevitable. Building unbreakable focus starts with understanding that attention is a limited resource, and distractions are everywhere. To achieve deep concentration, you must create conditions that protect your mental energy and direct it toward what matters most. Focus is not about working harder. It's about working smarter by eliminating noise and strengthening your ability to stay present. The first step is clarity. When your goals are vague, your mind wanders. Define exactly what you need to accomplish and break it into specific tasks. A clear target gives your brain a reason to lock in and ignore irrelevant stimuli. Next, control your environment. Remove physical and digital distractions that compete for attention. Silence notifications. Declutter your workspace and set boundaries with people around you. When your surroundings support focus, discipline becomes effortless. Time blocking is another powerful technique. Schedule dedicated periods for deep work and treat them as non-negotiable. During these blocks, commit to one task only. Multitasking is a myth that destroys productivity. Single tasking trains your brain to sustain attention for longer periods. Mental conditioning also plays a role. Practice mindfulness to strengthen your ability to stay present. Even a few minutes of focused breathing can reset your mind and sharpen concentration. Over time, this habit builds mental resilience against distractions. Finally, protect your energy. Fatigue erodes focus, so prioritize sleep, hydration, and nutrition. A well-rested mind is far more capable of maintaining deep concentration than one running on empty. Unbreakable focus is not a gift. It is a skill forged through clarity, structure, and discipline. When you master it, you gain the power to do in hours what others struggle to accomplish in days. Champions stay calm under pressure because they've trained for it, not just physically, but mentally too. They know that big moments can trigger stress, and if they don't control it, it can throw everything off. Staying calm isn't luck. It's a skill they've built over time. One of their go-to tricks is breathing. When the pressure hits, they slow things down with deep, steady breaths. It sounds simple, but it works. Breathing like this signals the body to relax, lowers the heart rate, and clears the mind so they can focus. Visualization is another secret weapon. Before the big day, they picture the entire scene, the noise, the crowd, the tension, and then imagine themselves crushing it. By the time the real moment comes, it feels familiar, like they've already been there. Routines help too. Little rituals, stretching, listening to a favorite song, repeating a mantra. Give them something predictable in the chaos. It's like an anchor that keeps them steady when everything else feels intense. And then there's self-talk. Instead of letting doubt creep in, they remind themselves, "I've got this," or "I've prepared for this." Those words matter. They shift the focus from fear to action and keep confidence high. Most importantly, champions don't run from pressure. They embrace it. They see it as proof that they've earned their spot. That mindset turns stress into fuel instead of a roadblock. So, staying calm under pressure isn't about never feeling nervous. It's about mastering those nerves and using them to perform at your best. That's what separates the good from the great. Chapter 6. The monastic approach to discipline. Monks master focus because their lives are built around simplicity, stillness, and intentional practice. In a world filled with distractions, they create an environment that eliminates noise and cultivates clarity. This deliberate lifestyle trains the mind to stay present, making deep concentration a natural state rather than a struggle. One reason monks achieve such profound focus is their commitment to mindfulness. They practice being fully aware of each moment, whether walking, eating, or meditating. This constant awareness strengthens the brain's ability to filter out irrelevant thoughts and remain anchored in the present. Meditation is another cornerstone of their discipline. By sitting in silence and observing the breath, monks train the mind to let go of wandering thoughts. Over time, this practice rewires neural pathways, reducing impulsivity and enhancing sustained attention. What begins as effort eventually becomes effortless. Monks also embrace simplicity in their surroundings. Their environments are free from clutter and excess, removing visual and mental distractions. This minimalism creates space for clarity, allowing the mind to focus without competing stimuli. Routine plays a critical role as well. Monks follow structured schedules that prioritize contemplation, study, and purposeful action. These rituals reduce decision fatigue and make focus a habit rather than a choice. The mastery of focus is not magic. It is the result of intentional living. By combining mindfulness, meditation, simplicity, and routine, monks create conditions where concentration thrives. Their example proves that focus is not about willpower alone. It is about designing a life that makes presence possible. Structured routines are the backbone of discipline because they remove uncertainty and make action automatic. When your day follows a clear pattern, you eliminate the mental debate of what to do next. This predictability conserves energy and reduces decision fatigue, allowing you to focus on execution instead of constant planning. Routines create stability in a world full of distractions. They act as anchors that keep you grounded when life feels chaotic. By scheduling key activities, work, exercise, learning, you ensure that progress happens consistently, not sporadically. Each repeated action strengthens habits, turning effort into second nature. The power of structured routines lies in their ability to build momentum. When you start your day with purposeful actions, you set the tone for everything that follows. Small wins early in the day create confidence and motivation, making it easier to tackle bigger challenges later. Structured routines also protect your goals from emotional fluctuations. Motivation may fade, but a routine does not depend on feelings. It tells you what to do and when to do it, regardless of mood. This reliability is what transforms discipline from a struggle into a system. Another advantage is clarity. A well-designed routine eliminates guesswork and distractions because every hour has a purpose. This focus accelerates progress and prevents wasted time, ensuring that your energy is invested where it matters most. Success is not about random effort. It's about consistent effort. Structured routines make consistency inevitable. When you commit to a clear plan and follow it daily, you create a life where discipline feels effortless and achievement becomes a habit. Silence is one of the most underrated productivity tools because it eliminates distractions and creates mental space for deep focus. In a world filled with constant noise, notifications, conversations, and background sounds, your brain is forced to process unnecessary stimuli, draining energy and reducing efficiency. Silence removes that cognitive load, allowing you to channel all your attention into the task at hand. When you work in silence, your mind enters a state of clarity. Without interruptions, you can think more critically, solve problems faster, and engage in creative thinking. This is why many high performers schedule quiet periods during their day. They understand that silence is not emptiness. It is a powerful environment for concentration. Silence also reduces stress. Noise triggers the body's stress response, increasing cortisol levels and heart rate. In contrast, quiet surroundings calm the nervous system, improving emotional regulation and decision-making. This mental stability makes disciplined action easier because you are not battling external chaos. Another benefit is efficiency. Every distraction forces your brain to switch contexts, which costs time and energy. Silence minimizes these switches, enabling you to maintain flow, a state where productivity feels effortless and time seems to disappear. Creating silence does not always mean complete isolation. It can be as simple as turning off notifications, using noise-canceling headphones, or finding a quiet space for focused work. These small changes can dramatically improve your ability to concentrate and execute tasks with precision. Silence is not a luxury. It is a strategy. When you embrace it, you give your mind the freedom to perform at its highest level. In a noisy world, silence becomes your competitive advantage. Simplicity creates strength because it removes the clutter that drains focus and energy. When life is overloaded with unnecessary tasks, distractions, and decisions, discipline becomes harder to maintain. Simplifying your routines environment, and priorities allows you to channel your effort into what truly matters, making progress faster and more sustainable. Complexity often masquerades as productivity, but in reality, it scatters attention and weakens consistency. Every extra choice consumes mental energy, leading to decision fatigue and procrastination. Simplicity eliminates this friction by creating clarity. When your path is clear, action becomes automatic, and discipline feels effortless. Minimalism in habits is a powerful example. Instead of juggling 10 goals at once, focus on 1 or 2 that have the greatest impact. This concentrated effort produces better results than spreading yourself thin. Champions understand this. They master the fundamentals before adding complexity, building strength from a solid foundation. Simplicity also applies to your environment. A clean, organized space reduces stress and sharpens focus. Removing distractions, both physical and digital, creates a setting where discipline thrives. When your surroundings support your goals, you no longer fight against chaos. You work in harmony with order. The truth is, strength is not about doing more. It's about doing less with greater intensity and consistency. Simplify your life, and you free up energy for the actions that matter most. In simplicity, you find clarity, and in clarity, you find power. Living in the moment is the art of fully experiencing the present without being distracted by the past or anxious about the future. It means giving your complete attention to what is happening right now. Your thoughts, your actions, and your surroundings. When you live in the moment, you stop rushing through life and start appreciating it as it unfolds. One of the biggest obstacles to living in the present is the constant pull of regrets and worries. The mind often drifts to what went wrong yesterday or what might go wrong tomorrow. This mental noise steals your focus and drains your energy. By practicing mindfulness, you train yourself to notice these thoughts without clinging to them, gently bringing your attention back to the now. Living in the moment also requires slowing down. In a world obsessed with speed and multitasking, it's easy to miss the beauty of simple experiences: a conversation, a meal, a quiet walk. When you pause and engage fully, life feels richer and more meaningful. You begin to see details you once overlooked and find joy in ordinary moments. Another key is gratitude. When you appreciate what you have right now, you stop chasing happiness in distant goals or possessions. Gratitude anchors you to the present, reminding you that fulfillment is not in the future. It's in the awareness of today. The art of living in the moment is not about ignoring responsibilities or abandoning ambition. It's about balancing progress with presence, pursuing your goals while savoring the journey. When you master this art, stress fades, clarity grows, and life becomes something you experience deeply instead of something you rush through. Detachment from distractions is a skill that protects your focus and preserves your energy for what truly matters. In a world filled with constant notifications, endless entertainment, and competing demands, distractions can quietly steal hours from your day and derail your progress. Discipline begins with the ability to separate yourself from these interruptions and create space for deep, meaningful work. The first step is awareness. Most distractions are habits disguised as harmless actions: checking your phone, scrolling social media, or responding instantly to every message. These behaviors fragment your attention, making it harder to concentrate. Recognizing these patterns is essential because you cannot eliminate what you do not notice. Next, create physical and digital boundaries. Silence notifications, close unnecessary tabs, and keep your phone out of reach during focused work sessions. Design your environment to support concentration by removing clutter and minimizing triggers that pull you away from your priorities. Mental detachment is equally important. Distractions are not only external, they often come from within. Racing thoughts and worries can hijack your attention just as easily as a buzzing phone. Techniques like mindfulness and deep breathing help anchor your mind in the present, reducing the urge to chase every impulse. Finally, replace distraction with intention. Schedule specific times for focused work and guard them fiercely. Treat these blocks as non-negotiable appointments with your goals. When you commit to this structure, you train your brain to value focus over fragmentation. Detachment from distractions is not about isolation. It is about liberation. When you free yourself from constant interruptions, you gain clarity, control, and the ability to channel your energy into what truly matters. That is how discipline turns chaos into achievement. Stillness fuels clarity because it quiets the mental noise that clouds judgment and decision-making. In a world filled with constant distractions, notifications, and demands, the mind rarely gets a chance to rest. When you pause and embrace stillness, you create space for deeper thinking and sharper focus. This calm state allows your brain to process information without interference, leading to better insights and solutions. Dan. Stillness reduces stress by lowering cortisol levels and activating the parasympathetic nervous system, which promotes relaxation. When stress decreases, mental fog lifts and clarity emerges. This is why practices like meditation and mindful breathing are so effective. They silence the chaos and restore balance. Moments of stillness also strengthen self-awareness. When you step away from noise and activity, you can reflect on your goals, values, and priorities. This reflection helps you make decisions that align with your long-term vision instead of reacting impulsively to short-term pressures. Creativity thrives in stillness. Many breakthroughs happen when the mind is calm, because it has room to connect ideas and explore possibilities. Constant busyness blocks this process, while stillness opens the door to innovation and problem-solving. Finally, stillness reinforces discipline. It teaches you to control your environment and your thoughts, rather than being controlled by them. When you master the art of pausing, you gain the clarity to act with a purpose instead of haste. In a fast-paced world, stillness is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It clears the mental clutter, sharpens focus, and strengthens your ability to make deliberate choices. When you embrace stillness, you unlock clarity, and with clarity comes power. The discipline of daily rituals is what transforms scattered effort into consistent progress. Rituals are structured actions you perform at the same time, in the same way, every day. They remove uncertainty and decision fatigue, making discipline automatic instead of optional. When you build rituals, you create a framework that keeps you moving forward, even when motivation fades. Daily rituals work because they anchor your day. A morning routine that includes exercise, planning, and reflection sets the tone for productivity. An evening ritual that involves reviewing goals and preparing for tomorrow ensures continuity. These habits become signals to your brain, telling it when to focus, when to rest, and when to perform. Rituals also provide stability in chaotic environments. Life is unpredictable, but your rituals remain constant. They give you control over the first and last hours of your day, which often determine the quality of everything in between. This structure creates mental clarity and reduces stress. Another benefit is identity reinforcement. Every time you follow your ritual, you strengthen the belief that you are disciplined and committed. This self-image fuels confidence and makes it easier to maintain consistency. Over time, rituals stop feeling like effort. They become part of who you are. The key is simplicity. Start with small, meaningful actions that align with your goals. Whether it's journaling for 5 minutes, reading a chapter, or planning your top priorities, these rituals compound into massive results. Discipline is not about grand gestures. It's about the quiet power of daily repetition. When you master daily rituals, you eliminate excuses and create momentum that lasts. They turn discipline into a lifestyle, making success inevitable because your actions are no longer random. They are intentional, consistent, and unstoppable. Cultivating inner peace begins with creating harmony between your thoughts, emotions, and actions. It is not about escaping challenges, but about maintaining calm and clarity in the midst of them. Inner peace gives you the strength to act with purpose instead of reacting to chaos. And it starts with intentional practices that quiet the mind and center your focus. One of the most effective ways to cultivate inner peace is through mindfulness. When you train yourself to stay present, you reduce anxiety about the future and regret about the past. Simple practices like deep breathing or observing your surroundings without judgment can anchor you in the moment, restoring balance. Another key is simplifying your life. Clutter, both physical and mental, creates stress. Organize your environment, set clear priorities, and eliminate distractions that drain your energy. When your space and schedule reflect order, your mind follows suit. Gratitude is a powerful tool for peace. Focusing on what you have instead of what you lack shifts your perspective from scarcity to abundance. A daily habit of listing things you are grateful for rewires your brain to notice positivity, reducing stress and increasing contentment. Inner peace also requires emotional discipline. Learn to pause before reacting, especially in moments of anger or frustration. Responding calmly instead of impulsively preserves relationships and protects your mental state. This control comes from practice, not perfection. Finally, nurture yourself. Adequate rest, healthy food, and regular movement keep your body balanced, which supports a calm mind. Pair this with time for reflection, journaling, meditation, or quiet walks to reconnect with your values and goals. Inner peace is not a destination. It is a daily choice. When you simplify, practice mindfulness, and align your actions with your values, you create a life where calmness becomes your default state. In that space, discipline thrives, and success feels effortless. Applying monastic principles to modern life means embracing simplicity, focus, and intentional living in a world filled with noise and distractions. Monks have mastered the art of discipline through structured routines and mindfulness. And these practices can transform how we work, think, and live today. The first principle is simplicity. Monastic life removes excess to create space for clarity. In modern life, this means decluttering your environment, streamlining your schedule, and eliminating commitments that do not align with your values. Simplicity reduces stress and frees mental energy for what truly matters. Another principle is silence. Monks use silence to cultivate awareness and inner peace. In a world of constant notifications and chatter, carving out quiet time each day helps you reconnect with your thoughts and recharge your mind. Even a few minutes of silence can restore focus and calm. Routine is central to monastic discipline. Their days follow predictable patterns, reducing decision fatigue and creating stability. You can apply this by establishing morning and evening rituals that anchor your day. These routines provide structure and make disciplined action automatic. Mindfulness is also key. Monks practice being fully present in every task, whether meditating or performing simple chores. In modern life, this means focusing on one thing at a time instead of multitasking. Mindfulness improves productivity and reduces stress because your attention is undivided. Finally, purpose drives monastic living. Every action serves a higher goal. Applying this principle means aligning your habits with your long-term vision. When your daily choices reflect your values, discipline feels meaningful instead of forced. Monastic principles are not about isolation. They are about intentionality. By embracing simplicity, silence, routine, mindfulness, and purpose, you create a life where clarity replaces chaos and discipline becomes effortless. In that space, success is not just possible. It is inevitable. Part 3. Habits that Stick. Chapter 7. The Habit Loop. Explained. The habit loop is the cycle that explains how habits are formed and maintained in the brain. It consists of 3 key components: cue, routine, and reward. This loop operates automatically once established, making behaviors feel effortless over time. The cue is the trigger that signals your brain to start a behavior. It can be anything: a time of day, a location, an emotional state, or even another action. For example, feeling stressed might cue the habit of reaching for a snack. The routine is the behavior itself, the action you take in response to the cue. This could be exercising, checking your phone, or eating junk food. The routine becomes ingrained through repetition, turning conscious effort into automatic response. The reward is what reinforces the habit. It provides satisfaction or relief, signaling to your brain that the behavior is beneficial. Rewards release dopamine, strengthening the neural pathway that connects the cue to the routine. Over time, your brain begins to anticipate the reward, making the habit harder to break. Understanding the habit loop is powerful because it gives you control. If you want to change a habit, you don't just eliminate the routine. You replace it with a better one while keeping the same cue and reward. This approach rewires the loop without leaving a void that triggers relapse. Habits are not random. They are predictable patterns driven by cues, routines, and rewards. When you master this loop, you can break bad habits and build positive ones that align with your goals. The cue routine reward cycle is the core mechanism behind every habit. It begins with a cue, which acts as a trigger for your brain to start a specific behavior. This cue can be anything: a time of day, a location, an emotional state, or even another action. For example, feeling stressed might serve as a cue that leads you to check your phone or grab a snack. Next comes the routine, which is the actual behavior you perform in response to the cue. This could be something productive, like exercising, or something harmful, like procrastinating. The routine becomes automatic through repetition, making it easier to follow without conscious thought. Finally, there is the reward, which reinforces the habit by providing satisfaction or relief. Rewards release dopamine, creating a sense of pleasure and signaling to your brain that the behavior is worth repeating. Over time, your brain begins to anticipate the reward as soon as the cue appears, making the cycle stronger and harder to break. This loop explains why habits feel so powerful. They operate on autopilot once established. If you want to change a habit, you cannot simply remove the routine. You must replace it with a better one while keeping the same cue and reward. For example, if stress triggers snacking, you can replace the routine with a quick walk while keeping the reward of feeling relaxed. Mastering the cue routine reward cycle gives you control over your habits. When you understand how this loop works, you can break destructive patterns and build positive behaviors that align with your goals. Habits shape identity because what you repeatedly do becomes who you believe you are. Every action sends a signal to your brain about the kind of person you are becoming. When you consistently follow through on disciplined behaviors, you reinforce the identity of someone who is committed, focused, and reliable. Over time, these small choices define your self-image far more than occasional bursts of effort. Identity is not formed by big declarations. It is built through daily actions. If you exercise regularly, you start to see yourself as a healthy person. If you write every day, you begin to identify as a writer. These habits create evidence that supports your beliefs, and the stronger the evidence, the stronger the identity. The same principle works in reverse. Negative habits reinforce limiting identities. If you constantly procrastinate, you start to believe you are lazy or incapable. These beliefs then influence future behavior, creating a cycle that keeps you stuck. Breaking this cycle requires replacing destructive habits with positive ones that align with the identity you want to build. The most powerful way to change who you are is to change what you do. Instead of focusing on outcomes like, I want to lose weight, focus on identity-based goals like, I am the kind of person who never misses a workout. Each time you act in alignment with that identity, you strengthen it until it becomes automatic. So, habits are not just routines. They are statements about who you are. When you choose disciplined actions consistently, you are not just achieving goals. You are shaping a new version of yourself. Your identity is built one habit at a time, and that identity determines the life you create. Breaking bad habits. Step by step begins with awareness. You cannot change what you do not recognize. So the first step is identifying the habit and the cue that triggers it. Pay attention to when and why the behavior occurs. What time of day, what emotion, or what situation leads to it. This clarity gives you control over the loop that keeps the habit alive. Once you know the cue, the next step is to disrupt the routine. Habits follow a predictable cycle. Cue, routine, reward. You cannot simply remove the routine because the brain still craves the reward. Instead, replace the old behavior with a new one that delivers a similar sense of satisfaction. For example, if stress triggers snacking, replace the snack with a quick walk or deep breathing to achieve relief without the negative consequence. Start small. Trying to overhaul everything at once often leads to failure. Focus on one habit at a time and commit to consistent action. Each successful change builds confidence and momentum, making it easier to tackle the next habit. Reduce friction for good habits and increase friction for bad ones. Make the new routine easy to follow. Prepare healthy snacks in advance or keep workout clothes ready. At the same time, make the old habit harder to access. Remove junk food from your home or block distracting apps on your phone. Track your progress. Monitoring your behavior creates accountability and reinforces your commitment. Celebrate small wins because they strengthen your belief that change is possible. Finally, be patient. Habits take time to rewire, and setbacks are part of the process. Do not view a slip as failure. See it as feedback and adjust. With persistence and discipline, bad habits lose their grip, and positive habits take their place. Change is not instant, but step by step, it becomes inevitable. Willpower alone doesn't work because it is a limited resource that depletes with use. Every time you resist temptation or make a tough decision, you draw from a finite pool of mental energy. As the day goes on and choices pile up, that pool shrinks, leaving you vulnerable to distractions and poor decisions. This is why relying solely on willpower often leads to inconsistency and burnout. Psychologists call this phenomenon ego depletion. When your self-control is exhausted, your brain seeks relief through comfort and convenience, which usually means falling back into old habits. Stress accelerates this process because it drains mental energy even faster, making disciplined choices harder when you need them most. The truth is, willpower is great for short bursts, but cannot sustain long-term success. Habits and systems are what make discipline reliable. When you automate positive behaviors, like scheduling workouts or preparing healthy meals, you remove the need for constant decision-making. This frees your mind from the strain of resisting temptation and ensures progress even when your energy is low. Environment also plays a role. If your surroundings are filled with triggers for bad habits, willpower alone will fail. Designing an environment that supports your goals by reducing friction for good habits and increasing friction for bad ones makes discipline easier without relying on sheer force of will. Success is not about having endless willpower. It's about creating conditions where you don't need it. Build routines, structure your environment, and use systems that make the right choice automatic. When you stop depending on willpower alone, consistency becomes effortless, and lasting change becomes inevitable. Triggers play a critical role in shaping behavior because they are the starting point of every habit. A trigger, or cue, signals your brain to begin a routine, setting the habit loop in motion. These cues can be external, like a time of day, a location, or an object, or internal, such as an emotion or thought. For example, feeling stressed might trigger scrolling through social media, while seeing running shoes by the door might trigger a workout. Triggers work because the brain seeks patterns. When a cue consistently precedes a behavior, your mind learns to associate the two, making the response automatic over time. This is why habits feel effortless once established. The trigger activates the routine without requiring conscious thought. Understanding triggers is essential for both breaking bad habits and building good ones. If you want to stop a negative behavior, identify the cue that sparks it and disrupt the cycle. If stress leads to unhealthy snacking, replace the routine with a healthier response, like drinking water or taking a short walk. The cue remains, but the behavior changes. Conversely, you can use triggers to create positive habits. Pair a new behavior with an existing cue, such as doing push-ups after brushing your teeth or reading for 10 minutes, after morning coffee. This technique, known as habit stacking, leverages triggers to make new routines stick. Your environment is full of triggers, and they can work for or against you. By designing surroundings that prompt good habits and eliminate cues for bad ones, you make discipline easier and more automatic. When you master triggers, you gain control over your behavior and ultimately, your life. Positive reinforcement is the process of encouraging desired behaviors by rewarding them, making it more likely they will be repeated. It works because the brain associates the action with a pleasurable outcome, strengthening the neural pathways that support the habit. When applied correctly, positive reinforcement turns discipline into a rewarding experience instead of a constant struggle. The first step is identifying the behavior you want to reinforce. Be specific rather than saying, be productive. Focus on concrete actions like completing a workout or finishing a task on time. Clarity ensures the reward is tied to the right habit. Next, choose a reward that feels meaningful. It doesn't have to be extravagant. Even small pleasures like enjoying a favorite snack, listening to music, or taking a short break can be powerful motivators. The key is that the reward should follow the behavior immediately so the brain links the two. Consistency is critical. Reinforce the behavior every time it occurs in the early stages. This repetition strengthens the association and accelerates habit formation. Over time, the behavior becomes self-reinforcing because the sense of accomplishment itself feels rewarding. You can also use tracking as a form of reinforcement. Marking progress on a calendar or checklist provides visual proof of success, which triggers dopamine and motivates continued effort. Celebrating milestones, no matter how small, keeps momentum alive. Finally, pair positive reinforcement with intrinsic motivation. External rewards are helpful at first, but lasting discipline comes from valuing their behavior itself. When you start enjoying the process and the results it brings, the need for external rewards fades, and the habit becomes part of your identity. Positive reinforcement is not about bribing yourself. It's about creating a system where good choices feel satisfying. When you make discipline rewarding, consistency becomes natural, and success becomes inevitable. Habit stacking works because it leverages the brain's natural tendency to link behaviors together. When you pair a new habit with an existing one, you create a strong association that makes the new behavior easier to remember and perform. This method uses the power of cues. The existing habit becomes the trigger for the new one, eliminating the need for extra willpower or decision-making. The science behind habit stacking lies in how the brain forms neural pathways. Established habits already have strong connections in your brain, so attaching a new habit to them piggybacks on those pathways. For example, if you already brush your teeth every morning, adding a new habit like flossing immediately afterward uses the brushing routine as a cue. Over time, the two actions become linked, and the new habit feels automatic. This approach also reduces friction. Starting a habit from scratch often fails because it requires creating a new cue and routine. Habit stacking removes that barrier by using a behavior you already do consistently. The brain loves patterns, and stacking creates a predictable sequence that feels natural. To make habit stacking effective, choose a habit you never skip, like making coffee, checking your calendar, or locking the door, and attach the new habit to it. Keep the new actions small and simple at first, such as writing one sentence in a journal after your morning coffee. These micro-connections compound over time, turning small steps into lasting change. Habit stacking is powerful because it transforms discipline into simplicity. Instead of forcing new behaviors through sheer willpower, you integrate them into routines that already exist. When you master this technique, building positive habits becomes effortless, and consistency becomes your default. Consistency beats intensity because lasting success is built on steady, repeated actions rather than short bursts of effort. Intensity feels powerful in the moment, a hard workout, an all-night study session, but it rarely lasts. When the initial surge of motivation fades, so does the progress. Consistency, on the other hand, creates habits that endure, turning effort into automatic behavior. The problem with intensity is that it often leads to burnout. Pushing yourself too hard for a short period drains energy and makes it harder to maintain momentum. Consistency avoids this trap by focusing on sustainable actions. Small, regular steps compound over time, producing results that intensity alone cannot achieve. Consistency also builds trust with yourself and with others. Every time you follow through, you reinforce the belief that you can rely on your own discipline. This self-trust strengthens confidence and makes it easier to stay committed when challenges arise. Another reason consistency wins is that it creates identity. When you show up every day, even in small ways, you begin to see yourself as someone who is disciplined and dependable. That identity fuels further action, making progress feel natural instead of forced. The truth is, success is not about how hard you work once. It's about how often you work over time. Intensity may spark change, but consistency sustains it. If you want real results, stop chasing extremes and start embracing steady effort. Discipline is not about doing everything at once. It's about doing something every day. Building habits that last begins with understanding that consistency matters more than intensity. Most people fail because they start too big, burn out, and quit. Sustainable habits are built gradually through small, repeatable actions that fit naturally into your life. When a habit feels manageable, it becomes easier to maintain over time. Start by making the habit simple. Complexity creates friction, and friction kills consistency. If your goal is to exercise daily, begin with 5 minutes instead of an hour. These small wins build momentum and confidence, making it easier to expand later. Progress compounds when you focus on doing something every day, no matter how small. Link your habit to a clear cue. Habits thrive on triggers because they remove the need for decision-making. Pair the new behavior with something you already do, like reading after morning coffee or stretching before bed. This technique, known as habit stacking, makes the routine automatic. Reward yourself to reinforce the behavior. The brain craves positive feedback, so celebrate each success, even tiny ones. Rewards can be as simple as checking off a box on your calendar or enjoying a moment of pride. These signals strengthen the neural pathways that make habits stick. Design your environment to support the habit. Remove obstacles and add visual cues that prompt action. If you want to eat healthier, keep fruit visible and hide junk food. When the environment makes the right choice easy, discipline becomes effortless. Finally, be patient. Habits take time to form, and setbacks are part of the process. Missing a day is not failure. What matters is getting back on track quickly. Lasting habits are built through persistence, not perfection. When you commit to small steps, clear cues, and consistent rewards, your habits stop being temporary. They become part of who you are. Chapter 8. Designing your environment for success. Your surroundings matter because they constantly influence your behavior, often without you realizing it. The environment you live and work in sends signals that shape your habits, decisions, and mindset. When your surroundings are cluttered, distracting, or filled with triggers for bad habits, discipline becomes an uphill battle. Conversely, a well-designed environment makes good choices effortless and bad choices inconvenient. Your brain is wired to respond to cues in your environment. If unhealthy snacks are visible on the counter, you're more likely to eat them. If your phone is within reach while you work, distractions will pull you away from important tasks. These triggers operate automatically, which means relying on willpower alone is not enough. You must design your space to support your goals, creating an environment that promotes discipline. Starts with reducing friction for positive habits and increasing friction for negative ones. Keep healthy food within easy reach and hide junk food. Place workout clothes where you can see them. Organize your workspace to eliminate clutter and remove distractions, like unnecessary apps or notifications. Digital surroundings matter just as much. Constant alerts and social media temptations drain focus and increase decision fatigue. Turning off notifications, using website blockers, and decluttering your digital space can dramatically improve productivity and mental clarity. Your environment is either working for you or against you. When you intentionally design it to align with your goals, you make discipline automatic. Success becomes easier not because you have more willpower, but because your surroundings guide you toward the right choices every single day. The power of visual cues lies in their ability to influence behavior without requiring conscious effort. Your brain responds to what it sees, and these signals often determine the choices you make. When you place reminders in your environment, you create triggers that make good habits easier and bad habits harder. Visual cues work because they reduce friction for positive actions. Seeing a water bottle on your desk prompts you to drink more water. Leaving your workout clothes where you can see them encourages exercise. These cues eliminate the need for decision-making because the reminder is right in front of you. They also reinforce identity. When your surroundings reflect your goals, you begin to see yourself as the kind of a person who lives by those habits. A tidy workspace signals productivity, while a cluttered one invites procrastination. Your environment shapes your mindset, and visual cues are the language it speaks. Visual cues can also disrupt negative patterns. If you want to stop snacking late at night, remove junk food from sight and replace it with healthier options. When the cue changes, the routine changes. This simple adjustment can break old habits without relying on willpower alone. The key is intentional placement. Put cues where they are impossible to ignore. On your fridge, near your bed, on your desk. Make them bold and clear so that they stand out in moments of distraction. Over time, these cues become powerful allies in your pursuit of discipline. Success is not just about inner strength. It's about outer structure. When you design your environment with visual cues that support your goals, you make discipline automatic. One glance can change a decision, and enough decisions can change your life. Removing temptations is one of the most effective ways to maintain discipline because it reduces the need for constant willpower. When temptations are within reach, your brain has to fight impulses repeatedly, draining mental energy and increasing the risk of giving in. By eliminating or distancing these triggers, you make the right choice easier and the wrong choice harder. Start by identifying your biggest temptations. These could be unhealthy snacks, distracting apps, or environments that encourage procrastination. Once you know what pulls you off track, take deliberate steps to remove or limit access. For example, clear junk food from your kitchen and replace it with healthy options. If social media steals your focus, delete apps from your phone or use website blockers during work hours. Change your environment to support your goals. Keep tools for good habits visible and accessible. Place workout gear where you can see it. Keep water within reach. And organize your workspace for productivity. At the same time, hide or eliminate cues for bad habits. Out of sight often means out of mind. Plan for moments of weakness. If you know certain situations trigger temptation, avoid them or prepare alternatives. For instance, if stress makes you crave sweets, have a healthier snack or a calming activity ready. This proactive approach prevents impulsive decisions. Finally, create friction for negative behaviors. Make them inconvenient. If you want to stop late-night scrolling, charge your phone in another room. If you want to cut back on spending, remove saved payment details from shopping sites. The harder it is to indulge, the easier it becomes to stay disciplined. Removing temptations is not about relying on strength. It's about designing an environment where success happens by default. When you control what surrounds you, you control your choices, and that control makes discipline effortless. Creating a productivity-friendly space starts with designing an environment that supports focus and minimizes distractions. Your surroundings have a powerful influence on your behavior, and when your space is cluttered or chaotic, it drains mental energy and reduces efficiency. A well-organized space, on the other hand, makes discipline easier and work more enjoyable. Begin by decluttering. Remove unnecessary items from your desk and keep only what you need for your tasks. A clean, organized workspace signals your brain that it's time to focus, reducing stress and decision fatigue. Visual simplicity creates mental clarity. Lighting is another key factor. Natural light boosts mood and energy, while poor lighting can cause fatigue and strain. Position your workspace near a window if possible, or use bright, warm, artificial lighting to maintain alertness. Ergonomics matter too. A comfortable chair, proper desk height, and a screen positioning prevent physical discomfort that can distract you from your work. When your body feels supported, your mind can concentrate fully. Control digital distractions by silencing notifications and keeping your phone out of reach during deep work sessions. Use tools like website blockers if necessary. Your digital environment should be as intentional as your physical one. Add elements that inspire focus, such as a plant for freshness or a motivational quote for encouragement. Keep these minimal to avoid clutter. The goal is to create a space that feels calm yet energizing. Finally, establish boundaries. If possible, dedicate your workspace exclusively to work. This trains your brain to associate the area with productivity, making it easier to enter a focused state whenever you sit down. A productivity-friendly space is not about perfection. It's about intentional design. When your environment supports your goals, discipline becomes effortless, and every task feels more manageable. Environment shapes identity because the spaces you inhabit and the cues around you influence your thoughts, behaviors, and ultimately how you see yourself. Your surroundings constantly send signals that either reinforce discipline or encourage distraction. When your environment supports your goals, it becomes easier to act in alignment with the person you want to be. Every object, sound, and visual cue in your space affects your habits. A cluttered desk can create mental chaos, while an organized workspace promotes focus and productivity. If your home is filled with unhealthy snacks, you're more likely to indulge. But if fresh fruits are visible, you start to identify as someone who makes healthy choices. Over time, these repeated actions shape your self-image. Social environment matters just as much. The people you spend time with influence your standards and expectations. Surrounding yourself with disciplined, goal-driven individuals reinforces your identity as someone who values growth. Conversely, being around negativity or complacency can pull you toward behaviors that contradict your aspirations. Digital environments also play a role. Constant notifications and endless scrolling create habits of distraction, while curated feeds and intentional screen time foster focus and learning. The spaces you design, physical and virtual, become mirrors of your priorities. Identity is not formed in isolation. It is shaped by the systems and surroundings you interact with daily. When you intentionally create environments that align with your goals, you make discipline effortless and reinforce the belief that you are the kind of person who succeeds. Change your environment, and you change your identity, and with it, your future. Social influence plays a powerful role in shaping behavior because humans are wired to seek belonging and approval. The people around you, friends, family, colleagues, create an environment that either reinforces discipline or undermines it. When you spend time with individuals who value consistency and growth, their habits and attitudes rub off on you. Conversely, if your circle normalizes procrastination or unhealthy choices, those behaviors become easier to adopt. One reason social influence is so strong is the principle of conformity. We naturally adjust our actions to align with group norms, often without realizing it. If everyone in your peer group skips workouts or indulges in distractions, you feel less pressure to stay disciplined. On the other hand, surrounding yourself with people who prioritize health, productivity, and personal development makes those behaviors feel normal and expected. Accountability is another aspect of social influence. When you share your goals with supportive individuals, you create external pressure to follow through. Knowing someone will check on your progress motivates you to stay consistent, even when your own willpower fades. This is why mastermind groups, fitness communities, and professional networks are so effective. They turn discipline into a shared commitment. Social influence also works through modeling. Observing others succeed through hard work reinforces the belief that effort pays off. It inspires you to adopt similar habits because you see tangible proof of their benefits. This effect is amplified when those role models are people you respect or relate to. The truth is, your environment includes not just physical spaces, but social spaces. If you want to strengthen discipline, choose relationships that elevate you. Surround yourself with people who challenge you to grow, celebrate your progress, and hold you accountable. When your social circle aligns with your goals, discipline becomes easier because success stops being a solo effort. It becomes a shared standard. Building a support system starts with surrounding yourself with people who encourage growth and hold you accountable. Success is rarely a solo journey, and the right network can provide strength when your own motivation fades. Begin by identifying individuals who share similar values and goals. These are the people who understand your vision and respect your commitment. They can be friends, family, mentors, or colleagues who inspire you to stay disciplined. Communicate your goals clearly. When others know what you're working toward, they can offer meaningful support instead of vague encouragement. Share your plans and progress so that they understand how to help you stay on track. Seek accountability partners. These are people who check in regularly, celebrate your wins, and challenge you when you slip. Accountability creates external pressure that reinforces internal discipline, making it harder to quit when things get tough. Diversify your support system. Include mentors for guidance, peers for shared experiences, and positive influences who model the habits you want to adopt. Avoid negative voices that drain your energy or encourage complacency. Finally, give as much as you receive. Support systems thrive on reciprocity. When you help others achieve their goals, you strengthen the bond and create a culture of mutual growth. A strong support system is not just about motivation. It's about structure, accountability, and shared commitment. When you build it intentionally, you create an environment where discipline becomes easier and success becomes inevitable. Digital detox strategies help you reclaim focus and reduce stress by limiting the constant pull of technology. The goal is not to abandon devices completely, but to create boundaries that prevent digital overload and distractions from controlling your life. Start by setting clear time limits for screen use. Allocate specific hours for checking emails or social media instead of allowing them to interrupt your day. Turning off non-essential notifications is one of the simplest ways to cut down on digital noise and regain mental clarity. Create tech-free zones in your home or workspace. For example, keep your bedroom free of devices to improve sleep quality and reduce late-night scrolling. Designating spaces for offline activities helps you disconnect and recharge. Schedule regular breaks from screens. Short intervals of walking, stretching, or simply sitting in silence can reset your mind and prevent fatigue. These breaks also remind you that life exists beyond the digital world. Another effective strategy is batching tasks. Instead of checking messages constantly, set specific times for responding to emails or browsing social media. This reduces the mental strain of switching between tasks and improves productivity. Consider replacing digital habits with analog alternatives. Read a physical book instead of scrolling through feeds, or write in a journal instead of typing notes. These small changes create moments of calm and presence. Finally, practice mindful usage. Before picking up your phone, ask yourself if it's necessary or just a reflex. Awareness is the first step toward control. When you consciously choose how and when to engage with technology, you turn it into a tool instead of a trap. Digital detox is not about rejecting technology. It's about using it intentionally. By setting boundaries and creating offline rituals, you protect your focus, reduce stress, and make space for the things that truly matter. Minimalism boosts focus because it removes the clutter that competes for your attention. Every item in your environment, every notification on your device, and every unnecessary task creates mental noise. When your surroundings and schedule are overloaded, your brain spends energy filtering distractions instead of concentrating on what matters. Minimalism clears that noise, freeing cognitive resources for deep work. A clean, organized space signals clarity to your mind. When your desk is free of piles and your digital files are structured, you reduce decision fatigue and stress. This simplicity makes it easier to start tasks without the friction of chaos. The same principle applies to your calendar. Fewer commitments mean more time for meaningful work, allowing you to give full attention to priorities instead of juggling dozens of obligations. Minimalism also strengthens discipline. By eliminating excess, you create an environment where the right choice is the easy choice. There are no temptations within reach, no distractions pulling you away. This intentional design supports consistency because your surroundings align with your goals. Digital minimalism is equally powerful. Turning off notifications, decluttering apps, and limiting screen time prevent constant interruptions that fragment focus. When your devices serve your purpose instead of controlling your attention, you regain control of your time and energy. Focus thrives in simplicity. Minimalism is not about deprivation. It is about creating space for what truly matters. When you strip away the unnecessary, you amplify clarity, productivity, and peace of mind. In that space, discipline becomes effortless, and success becomes inevitable. Designing habits through environment is one of the most effective ways to make discipline effortless. Your surroundings constantly influence your behavior, often without you realizing it. When your environment supports your goals, good habits become automatic. When it doesn't, even strong willpower struggles to keep you on track. The first step is to remove friction for positive habits. Make the desired action easy and visible. If you want to exercise, keep your workout clothes and shoes in plain sight. If you want to read more, place a book on your nightstand instead of your phone. These visual cues act as triggers, prompting the behavior without requiring extra thought. Next, increase friction for negative habits. Make bad choices inconvenient. If you want to stop eating junk food, don't keep it in your home. If you want to reduce screen time, log out of distracting apps or move them off your home screen. The harder it is to access the old routine, the less likely you are to follow it. Your environment should also be organized for clarity. Clutter creates stress and decision fatigue, which weakens discipline. A clean, structured space signals focus and control, making it easier to stick to your routines. Design your workspace for productivity and your home for calm. Each area should reflect its purpose. Digital environments matter too. Notifications and endless feeds are triggers for distraction. Turn off alerts, use website blockers, and create folders for essential tasks. When your digital space is aligned with your goals, you protect your attention and energy. Habits are not just a matter of will, they are a matter of design. When you shape your environment to make the right choice, the easy choice, discipline stops feeling like a battle. Your surroundings become your silent partner in success, guiding you toward the life you want every single day. Chapter 9. The compound effect of small wins. Small steps lead to big results because progress compounds over time. When you focus on manageable actions instead of overwhelming goals, you create momentum that builds gradually but powerfully. Each small step reinforces your commitment, strengthens your habits, and moves you closer to your objective without the stress of trying to do everything at once. The brain responds positively to small wins. Completing a simple task releases dopamine, which boosts motivation and makes you more likely to continue. This feedback loop turns effort into consistency, and consistency is what transforms ordinary actions into extraordinary outcomes. Small steps also reduce resistance. Big goals often feel intimidating, leading to procrastination. Breaking them down into smaller tasks removes that mental barrier, making action easier and less overwhelming. Instead of focusing on the entire mountain, you concentrate on the next step, which keeps you moving forward. Another advantage is sustainability. Extreme efforts burn out quickly, but small, steady actions are easier to maintain. Over time, these actions compound like interest, creating results that seem almost effortless compared to the initial investment. Success is rarely about giant leaps. It's about persistent, incremental progress. When you commit to small steps every day, you build habits that last, confidence that grows, and results that multiply. The journey becomes less about speed and more about direction. And with discipline, those tiny steps lead to massive achievements. The magic of incremental progress lies in its ability to turn overwhelming goals into achievable steps. Big ambitions often feel intimidating, creating fear and procrastination. But when you break them down into small, consistent actions, progress becomes manageable and sustainable. Each tiny step may seem insignificant on its own, yet together they create powerful momentum. Incremental progress works because it builds confidence. Every completed action sends a signal to your brain that you are capable, reinforcing your commitment and strengthening your identity as someone who follows through. These small wins release dopamine, making the process rewarding and motivating you to keep going. Another advantage is that incremental progress compounds over time. Just like interest in a savings account, small efforts accumulate into massive results. Writing 1 page a day becomes a book. Saving a little each week becomes financial security. The key is consistency, not speed. This approach also reduces stress. When you focus on the next step instead of the entire journey, you eliminate the mental burden of thinking too far ahead. Progress feels less like climbing a mountain and more like taking one steady step at a time. Success is rarely about giant leaps. It's about the quiet power of persistence. Incremental progress turns discipline into a habit and achievement into a natural outcome. When you commit to small actions every day, you make growth inevitable, and over time, those tiny steps lead to extraordinary results. Momentum builds success because it transforms effort into acceleration. When you take consistent action, even in small doses, you create forward motion that makes each subsequent step easier. At first, progress feels slow because you are overcoming inertia, the resistance to starting. But once you begin, every completed task adds energy to your journey, reducing friction and increasing confidence. Momentum works like a psychological lever. Each win, no matter how small, reinforces your belief that success is possible. This belief fuels motivation, which in turn drives more action. Over time, the cycle becomes self-sustaining. Action creates progress. Progress creates confidence, and confidence creates more action. Another reason momentum is powerful is that it compounds. Just as a snowball grows as it rolls downhill, your results expand as you keep moving. A single discipline choice may seem insignificant, but repeated choices create habits, and habits create transformation. Momentum turns isolated efforts into unstoppable growth. It also protects against setbacks. When you have momentum, a bad day or minor failure does not derail you because the forward motion is strong enough to carry you through. This resilience is why disciplined people recover quickly. They have built a foundation that keeps them moving even when challenges arise. Thus, success is not about speed. It is about sustained movement. Momentum ensures that progress becomes inevitable because stopping feels harder than continuing. When you commit to consistent action, you harness the power of momentum. And once it's on your side, success is no longer a question of if, but when. Patience pays off because real success takes time, and rushing the process often leads to mistakes, burnout, or disappointment. When you practice patience, you allow growth to happen naturally, giving your efforts the time they need to compound into meaningful results. Every great achievement is built on a foundation of persistence, and persistence requires patience. One reason patience is so powerful is that the progress is rarely visible in the beginning. You may work for weeks or months without seeing dramatic changes, and this can tempt you to quit. Patience keeps you focused on the process rather than obsessing over immediate outcomes. It reminds you that small, consistent actions eventually lead to big rewards. Patience also strengthens resilience. When setbacks occur, impatient people give up because they expect instant success. Those who are patient understand that obstacles are part of the journey. They adapt, learn, and keep moving forward, knowing that time is an ally, not an enemy. Another benefit is clarity. When you slow down and trust the process, you make better decisions. Impatience often leads to shortcuts and impulsive choices that sabotage long-term goals. Patience allows you to stay disciplined, follow your plan, and build habits that last. The truth is, anything worth having takes time, whether it's financial freedom, physical fitness, or personal mastery. Patience is not passive. It is active persistence without panic. When you combine patience with discipline, success becomes inevitable because you give your efforts the time they need to work. The psychology of micro wins is rooted in the brain's reward system and its response to progress. Every time you achieve a small goal, your brain releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter that creates feelings of pleasure and satisfaction. This chemical reaction reinforces the behavior, making you more likely to repeat it. Micro wins turn effort into motivation because they provide immediate feedback that you are moving forward. Small victories also build confidence. When you accomplish something, even something minor, you prove to yourself that progress is possible. This sense of achievement strengthens your identity as someone who takes action, which fuels persistence. Over time, these wins accumulate, creating momentum that makes bigger goals feel attainable. Micro wins reduce overwhelm. Large goals can feel intimidating and trigger procrastination because they seem too far away. Breaking them into smaller steps shifts your focus from the daunting finish line to the next achievable milestone. This approach keeps your mind engaged and your stress levels low. Another psychological benefit is habit reinforcement. Each micro win strengthens the neural pathways associated with disciplined behavior, making the habit easier to repeat. The more you experience success, the more your brain expects it, creating a cycle of positive reinforcement. Micro wins are not trivial. They are the building blocks of transformation. They keep motivation alive, strengthen discipline, and make progress feel rewarding. When you focus on small, consistent victories, you train your mind to see success as inevitable. And that belief becomes the foundation for extraordinary results. Tracking tiny victories is essential because it turns progress into something visible and rewarding. When you record small wins, you reinforce the belief that your efforts matter. And that sense of accomplishment fuels motivation. The brain thrives on feedback, and seeing proof of progress keeps you engaged, even when the ultimate goal feels far away. One simple way to track victories is through journaling. At the end of each day, write down 1 or 2 things you accomplished, no matter how small. This practice shifts your focus from what's unfinished to what's achieved, creating a positive mindset that encourages consistency. Another effective method is using checklists. Breaking big goals into smaller tasks and checking them off provides instant gratification. Each tick mark is a visual reminder that you're moving forward, and over time, those marks tell the story of your persistence. Digital tools can also help. Habit tracking apps allow you to log daily actions and see streaks build over time. These visual cues create momentum because you don't want to break the chain. The longer the streak, the stronger your commitment becomes. Celebrating micro wins is equally important. Reward yourself for consistency, not with extravagance, but with acknowledgement. A simple, "I did it" moment reinforces discipline and makes the process enjoyable. Tracking tiny victories is not about perfection, it's about progress. When you make success visible, you transform effort into motivation and turn small steps into unstoppable momentum. Over time, these little wins add up to extraordinary results. Consistency is king because it is the single most important factor in achieving lasting success. Talent, motivation, and even strategy matter, but without consistency, they fail to deliver results. Success is not built on occasional effort. It is built on repeated actions that compound over time. When you show up every day, regardless of mood or circumstances, you create momentum that makes progress inevitable. Consistency works because it turns discipline into habit. Every time you follow through, you strengthen the neural pathways that make the behavior automatic. What starts as effort eventually becomes second nature, reducing the need for willpower and making success feel effortless. Another reason consistency reigns supreme is its compounding effect. Small actions performed regularly accumulate into massive results. Reading 10 pages a day becomes hundreds of books over time. Saving a little each week becomes financial security. These incremental gains are invisible at first, but they add up to extraordinary outcomes. Consistency also builds trust with yourself and with others. When you keep promises to yourself, you reinforce your identity as someone who follows through. This self-trust fuels confidence and resilience, making it easier to stay committed when challenges arise. The truth is, intensity can spark change, but only consistency sustains it. Big efforts without follow-up lead to burnout and disappointment, while steady progress creates habits that last. If you want to achieve anything meaningful, stop chasing quick wins and start embracing the power of showing up every single day. Consistency is not just a habit, it is the foundation of success. Effort turns into exponential growth when small, consistent actions compound over time, At first, progress feels slow because results are invisible. But every disciplined step adds to the foundation. Like compound interest, these efforts multiply, create momentum that accelerates your success beyond what you imagined. The key is persistence. When you show up daily, even with minimal effort, you build habits that reinforce themselves. Each repetition strengthens neural pathways, making the behavior automatic. What once required willpower becomes effortless, freeing energy for bigger goals. Exponential growth also comes from stacking improvements. One skill leads to another. One habit supports the next. Reading a few pages daily expands knowledge, which improves decision-making, which boosts performance. These interconnected gains create a ripple effect that amplifies results. So, patience is essential. Most people quit before the compounding effect kicks in because they expect instant rewards. True growth happens quietly at first, then suddenly explodes when the accumulated effort reaches a tipping point. Those who endure the early stages reap extraordinary benefits later. Success is not about giant leaps. It's about steady steps that compound into unstoppable momentum. When you commit to consistent effort, you harness the power of time and discipline. Keep going, and what starts small will grow beyond anything you thought possible. The ripple effect of daily habits is the phenomenon where small, consistent actions create far-reaching impacts beyond their immediate results. Every habit you practice influences not only the specific area it targets, but also other aspects of your life. When you commit to disciplined routines, the benefits multiply in ways you might not expect. For example, starting your day with exercise doesn't just improve physical health. It boosts energy, sharpens focus, and elevates mood, which enhances productivity and decision-making throughout the day. One positive habit sets off a chain reaction that strengthens other habits, creating a network of success. Daily habits also shape identity. Each time you follow through, you reinforce the belief that you are disciplined and capable. This self-image influences future choices, making it easier to adopt additional positive behaviors. Over time, these habits compound, transforming not just your actions, but your mindset. The ripple effect works in reverse too. Negative habits spread their impact across multiple areas of life. Poor sleep affects energy, which affects productivity, which affects confidence. This is why intentional habits matter. They determine the direction of the ripple. Small actions may seem insignificant, but they carry momentum. One disciplined choice today can lead to dozens of better choices tomorrow. When you focus on building strong daily habits, you create waves of progress that touch every part of your life. Discipline doesn't just change what you do, it changes who you become, and that change radiates outward in powerful ways. Celebrating progress without complacency means acknowledging your achievements while staying committed to the journey ahead. Recognition is important because it reinforces discipline and builds confidence. But if you stop pushing forward after a win, progress stalls. The key is to strike a balance, celebrate, then refocus. Start by appreciating the effort behind the result. When you hit a milestone, take a moment to recognize the work that got you there. This positive reinforcement strengthens your identity as someone who follows through, making it easier to maintain momentum. Keep celebrations simple and purposeful. A small reward, a break, a favorite activity, or even writing down your success can boost motivation without derailing your routine. Avoid rewards that contradict your goals, like indulging in habits you're trying to break. After celebrating, set the next target immediately. Progress thrives on direction, and complacency creeps in when you feel done. Use the energy from your win to fuel the next step, whether it's a bigger goal or a new challenge. Remind yourself that success is a process, not a finish line. Each milestone is part of a larger journey, and discipline is what keeps you moving. When you celebrate progress with gratitude and then return to action, you create a cycle of achievement that never stops growing. True winners enjoy the victory but never settle. They use progress as proof that effort works, and then double down. Celebrate, refocus, and keep building. That's how you turn small wins into lasting success. Part 4. Staying consistent. Chapter 10. When motivation runs out. Motivation is temporary because it depends on emotions, and emotions are unpredictable. When you feel inspired, motivation gives you energy and excitement. But those feelings fade as soon as challenges appear or circumstances change. Stress, fatigue, and distractions can quickly drain motivation, leaving you without the drive to keep going. The problem with relying on motivation is that it's reactive. It thrives in ideal conditions, when things feel easy and progress is visible. But life rarely stays that way. When obstacles arise, motivation disappears because it's tied to comfort, not commitment. Discipline, on the other hand, is steady. It doesn't care how you feel. It cares what you do. Motivation also creates false expectations. People believe they need to feel ready before taking action, so they wait for the perfect moment that never comes. Winners know that readiness is a myth. Action creates readiness, not the other way around. Discipline moves you forward even when motivation is gone. The truth is, motivation is a spark, not an engine. It can start the fire, but it cannot keep it burning. If you want lasting success, stop depending on fleeting feelings and build systems that make action automatic. When you rely on discipline instead of motivation, progress becomes inevitable, because discipline shows up every day, even when you don't feel like it. Building systems that work without willpower is the key to making discipline automatic. Willpower is limited and unreliable, but systems create structure that removes the need for constant decision-making. When you design systems, you make the right choice, the default choice, so success happens by design, not by struggle. Start by identifying the behaviors you want to automate. Then create routines that lock those behaviors into your day. For example, instead of deciding every morning whether to work out, schedule it at the same time daily. This turns action into habit, reducing mental friction. And as Torikson, use environmental design to support your system. Keep tools for good habits visible and accessible. Place healthy food where you can see it. Keep your workspace organized, and remove triggers for bad habits. When your surroundings align with your goals, discipline becomes effortless. Leverage technology for accountability. Set reminders, use habit tracking apps, and block distractions during work hours. These tools act as guardrails, keeping you on track without relying on sheer willpower. Batch decisions to reduce choice overload. Plan meals for the week, schedule tasks in advance, and create checklists for recurring activities. When decisions are made ahead of time, you conserve mental energy for execution. Finally, pair systems with identity. When you see yourself as someone who follows routines, you reinforce the behavior every time you act. Systems make discipline sustainable because they remove uncertainty and automate success. Willpower fades, but systems endure. Build structures that guide your actions, and you'll achieve your goals consistently without the daily battle of motivation. Creating automatic habits starts with making the behavior so easy and consistent that it becomes part of your routine without requiring conscious effort. The goal is to remove friction and eliminate the need for willpower, so the habit runs on autopilot. Start small. Choose a simple version of the habit that feels effortless. If you want to start exercising, begin with 2 minutes of movement instead of an hour. These micro-actions build momentum and make it easier to expand later. Attach the new habit to an existing one. This technique, called habit stacking, uses a current routine as a trigger. For example, after brushing your teeth, do 10 push-ups. Linking habits creates a predictable sequence that your brain quickly learns. Design your environment to support the habit. Keep cues visible and tools accessible. If you want to drink more water, place a bottle on your desk. If you want to read daily, keep a book on your nightstand. When the environment prompts the behavior, it happens naturally. Use automation where possible. Set reminders, schedule tasks, and prepare in advance. For instance, lay out workout clothes the night before or pre-plan meals for the week. These steps reduce decision fatigue and make action automatic. Reinforce the habit with rewards. Celebrate small wins to trigger dopamine and strengthen the behavior. Over time, the sense of accomplishment becomes its own reward, making the habit self-sustaining. Finally, be consistent. Habits form through repetition, not intensity. Show up every day, even if the effort is minimal. With time, the behavior moves from conscious effort to unconscious routine, and discipline becomes effortless. The role of rituals in discipline is to create structure and predictability, making consistent action easier and more automatic. Rituals are repeated behaviors performed at specific times or in specific ways, and they act as anchors that keep you grounded when motivation fades. They remove decision fatigue because you don't have to think about what to do. You simply follow the pattern you've established. Rituals work because they signal your brain that it's time to shift into a focused state. A morning routine that includes exercise, journaling, or planning sets the tone for productivity. An evening ritual that involves reflection and preparation for the next day ensures continuity. These habits become mental cues that trigger discipline without requiring extra effort. Another benefit of rituals is stability. Life is unpredictable, but rituals provide a sense of control. When everything feels chaotic, your rituals remain constant, helping you maintain progress even under stress. They create a rhythm that makes disciplined behavior feel natural instead of forced. Rituals also reinforce identity. Every time you follow through, you strengthen the belief that you are consistent and committed. This self-image fuels confidence and makes it easier to stick to your goals long term. Over time, rituals stop feeling like tasks. They become part of who you are. The key is simplicity. Start with small, meaningful actions that align with your priorities. Whether it's writing down your top 3 tasks each morning or reading for 10 minutes before bed, these rituals compound into massive results. Discipline isn't about grand gestures. It's about the quiet power of daily repetition. When you build rituals into your life, you eliminate excuses and create momentum that lasts. They turn discipline into a lifestyle, making success not just possible, but inevitable. Accountability beats inspiration because inspiration is fleeting, while accountability creates consistent action. Feeling inspired can spark motivation, but it rarely lasts when challenges arise. Accountability, on the other hand, adds structure and external pressure that keeps you moving forward even when your energy dips. When you're accountable to someone, a coach, a friend, a team, you're less likely to skip commitments because you know others are counting on you. This sense of responsibility turns discipline into a shared effort instead of a solo struggle. It removes the option of quitting quietly because someone will notice if you don't follow through. Accountability also provides feedback and support. When you share your goals and progress, you gain encouragement when things go well and guidance when they don't. This interaction reinforces your commitment and helps you adjust strategies instead of abandoning them. Inspiration feels good, but it depends on emotion. Accountability relies on systems. It creates deadlines, check-ins, and consequences that make action non-negotiable. Over time, this consistency builds habits, and habits lead to results. If you want lasting success, don't wait for inspiration. Build accountability. Surround yourself with people who challenge you, track your progress, and hold you to your word. When accountability becomes part of your routine, discipline stops being a choice and starts being a standard. Staying on track during slumps starts with accepting that low energy days are normal and planning for them in advance. Discipline is not about feeling motivated all the time. It's about having systems that keep you moving when motivation disappears. Start by lowering the barrier to action. Instead of aiming for perfection, focus on doing something small. If you planned a full workout but feel drained, commit to 5 minutes of movement. These micro actions maintain momentum and prevent the slump from turning into a complete stop. Revisit your why. Remind yourself why you started and what you're working toward. Visualize the long-term benefits and how today's effort contributes to them. This mental reset reconnects you with your purpose and makes the next step feel meaningful. Use accountability to your advantage. Share your goals with someone who can check in or join you in the task. External responsibility often pushes you to act when internal motivation is low. Simplify your environment. Remove distractions and set up cues that make action easy. Lay out your tools, clear your workspace, and eliminate anything that tempts you to procrastinate. When the path is clear, starting feels less overwhelming. Finally, practice self-compassion. Slumps are temporary, and beating yourself up only makes them worse. Focus on progress, not perfection. Do what you can today, and trust that consistency, not intensity, creates results. The key is to keep moving, even if it's just a small step. Action generates momentum, and momentum pulls you out of the slump. Show up, do something, and let discipline carry you forward. The power of checklists and schedules lies in their ability to turn chaos into clarity and intention into action. When you rely on memory alone, tasks slip through the cracks, and priorities get lost in the noise. A checklist gives you structure, breaking big goals into small, actionable steps that feel achievable. Each item you tick off provides a sense of progress, reinforcing discipline and keeping momentum alive. Schedules take this a step further by assigning time to tasks. Instead of hoping you'll find time, you create time. A well-planned schedule eliminates guesswork and decision fatigue because you know exactly what to do and when to do it. This clarity reduces stress and makes it easier to stay consistent, even when motivation fades. Checklists and schedules also build accountability. When tasks are written down and time is blocked, skipping them feels like breaking a promise to yourself. This psychological pressure works in your favor, pushing you to follow through. Another advantage is focus. A checklist keeps your attention on what matters most, while a schedule prevents distractions from stealing your day. Together, they create a system that prioritizes progress over procrastination. None. Discipline thrives on structure, and checklists and schedules provide that structure. They turn vague intentions into concrete actions, making success predictable instead of accidental. When you plan your day and track your tasks, you don't just hope for productivity, you guarantee it. Self-discipline is like a muscle because it strengthens with use and weakens with neglect. Just as physical muscles grow through consistent training, your ability to stay disciplined improves every time you practice it. Each act of self-control, whether resisting a temptation, sticking to a routine, or following through on a commitment, builds mental strength that makes the next challenge easier. The first time you exercise discipline, it feels hard because the muscle is weak. You rely heavily on willpower, and the effort seems exhausting. But with repetition, the process becomes smoother. Habits form, decisions require less energy, and discipline starts to feel natural instead of forced. Like any muscle, self-discipline needs progressive overload. If you only take on easy tasks, growth stalls. You must gradually increase the difficulty. Wake up earlier, work longer, push through discomfort, so your capacity expands. This deliberate challenge builds resilience and confidence. Rest is also essential. Overloading your discipline muscle without recovery leads to burnout. Balance intense periods of focus with time for relaxation and reflection. This keeps your mental strength sustainable for the long term. The truth is, no one is born disciplined. It's a skill developed through consistent practice. Every time you choose action over excuses, you add another layer of strength. Treat discipline like a muscle. Train it daily, challenge it wisely, and give it time to grow. Over time, it becomes powerful enough to carry you through any obstacle. Bouncing back after falling off starts with letting go of guilt and focusing on action. Everyone slips. It's part of the process. What matters is how quickly you recover. Instead of dwelling on the setback, acknowledge it, learn from it, and move forward. Start by identifying what caused the slip. Was it stress, lack of planning, or unrealistic expectations? Understanding the trigger helps you prevent it from happening again. Use this insight to adjust your environment or routine so the same obstacle doesn't derail you twice. Next, take immediate action. Even if it's small, do one thing that aligns with your goal. Go for a short walk, write a single paragraph, or prepare a healthy meal. This quick win restores momentum and reminds you that progress is still possible. Avoid the all-or-nothing trap. Missing one day doesn't erase your progress, and it doesn't mean you've failed. Success is built on persistence, not perfection. Treat the slip as a temporary pause, not a permanent stop. Revisit your why. Remind yourself why the goal matters, and what's at stake if you quit. A strong reason reignites commitment and makes it easier to push past discouragement. Finally, plan for the future. Create systems that reduce friction and add accountability so recovery becomes automatic. When you bounce back quickly, you prove to yourself that setbacks don't define you, they strengthen you. Discipline isn't about never falling. It's about rising every time you do. Accountability beats inspiration because inspiration is fleeting, while accountability creates consistent action. Feeling inspired can spark motivation, but it rarely lasts when challenges arise. Accountability, on the other hand, adds structure and external pressure that keeps you moving forward even when your energy dips. When you're accountable to someone, a coach, a friend, a team, you're less likely to skip commitments because you know others are counting on you. This sense of responsibility turns discipline into a shared effort instead of a solo struggle. It removes the option of quitting quietly because someone will notice if you don't follow through. Accountability also provides feedback and support. When you share your goals and progress, you gain encouragement when things go well and guidance when they don't. This interaction reinforces your commitment and helps you adjust strategies instead of abandoning them. Inspiration feels good, but it depends on emotion. Accountability relies on systems. It creates deadlines, check-ins, and consequences that make action non-negotiable. Over time, this consistency builds habits, and habits lead to results. If you want lasting success, don't wait for inspiration. Build accountability. Surround yourself with people who challenge you, track your progress, and hold you to your word. When accountability becomes part of your routine, discipline stops being a choice and starts being a standard. Chapter 11. The Role of Pain and Pleasure. Pain drives growth because it forces you out of your comfort zone and into the space where real progress happens. Comfort feels safe, but it keeps you stagnant. Pain, whether physical, mental, or emotional, is a signal that you're stretching beyond your limits. That discomfort is the price of transformation, and those who embrace it become stronger, more resilient, and more capable. One reason pain leads to growth is adaptation. When you face challenges, your mind and body adjust to handle them. Muscles grow after being stressed in a workout. Mental toughness develops when you endure setbacks and keep moving forward. Every struggle builds capacity for more. Pain also teaches lessons that success cannot. Failure and hardship reveal weaknesses, expose blind spots, and force you to improve. Without these experiences, you remain untested and unprepared for bigger opportunities. Growth requires friction, and pain provides it. Another benefit is perspective. When you overcome difficulty, you gain confidence and clarity. You realize that discomfort is temporary, but the strength it gives you is. This mindset makes future challenges less intimidating because you've proven you can survive and thrive. The truth is, pain is not the enemy. It's the catalyst. It shapes character, builds resilience, and turns potential into power. If you want to grow, stop avoiding discomfort and start using it. Every moment of pain is an investment in the person you're becoming. The pleasure principle is a concept from psychology that explains how human behavior is driven by the desire to seek pleasure and avoid pain. At its core, the brain is wired to pursue experiences that feel good and steer away from discomfort. This principle influences nearly every decision we make, often without conscious thought. The mechanism behind this lies in the brain's reward system. When you engage in an activity that brings pleasure, like eating your favorite food or achieving a goal, your brain releases dopamine, creating a sense of satisfaction. This chemical response reinforces the behavior, making you want to repeat it. Over time, this cycle forms habits because the brain learns to associate certain actions with positive feelings. The pleasure principle also explains why bad habits are hard to break. Activities that provide instant gratification, such as scrolling social media or indulging an hour in junk food, trigger quick dopamine hits. These short-term rewards override long-term goals, even when the consequences are negative. The brain prioritizes immediate comfort over delayed benefits, which is why discipline feels challenging. To use the pleasure principle for good, you need to link positive behaviors to rewarding experiences. Celebrate small wins, track progress visually, or pair a productive task with something enjoyable, like listening to music. This approach trains your brain to associate discipline with pleasure, making it easier to sustain. The pleasure principle is not inherently bad. It's a survival mechanism. The key is to control it rather than let it control you. When you align pleasure with actions that serve your goals, you turn a natural instinct into a powerful tool for success. Using discomfort as a tool means reframing pain and challenge as signals for growth instead of obstacles to avoid. Most people run from discomfort because it feels unpleasant. But the truth is, progress lives outside the comfort zone. Every time you lean into discomfort, you strengthen resilience, build confidence, and expand your limits. Start by understanding why discomfort matters. Growth requires stress. Just like muscles need resistance to get stronger, your mind needs challenges to develop discipline. Discomfort is proof that you're stretching beyond what's easy. And that stretch is where transformation happens. Next, shift your perspective. Instead of seeing discomfort as punishment, view it as preparation. When you feel resistance during a workout, a tough project, or a difficult conversation, remind yourself that this is the price of improvement. That mindset turns pain into purpose. Use discomfort in small doses. Begin with manageable challenges that push you slightly beyond your comfort zone. Over time, increase the difficulty. This gradual exposure builds tolerance and confidence, making bigger challenges less intimidating. Pair discomfort with clear goals. When you know why you're enduring the struggle, whether it's better health, financial freedom, or personal mastery, you stay motivated. Purpose transforms discomfort from something to escape into something to embrace. Finally, celebrate the process. Every time you choose discomfort over ease, you reinforce your identity as someone who grows through effort. That identity makes discipline natural and success inevitable. Discomfort is not your enemy. It's your greatest teacher. When you learn to use it as a tool, you stop fearing the hard things and start seeking them, because you know they lead to strength, progress, and freedom. Comfort zones kill dreams because they keep you stuck in what feels safe instead of pushing you toward what's possible. Inside your comfort zone, everything is familiar and easy, but growth never happens there. When you avoid discomfort, you also avoid progress. And over time, that sense of security turns into a cage that limits your potential. The danger of comfort zones is that they shrink your ambition. You convince yourself that risk is dangerous, so you settle for less than you're capable of achieving. This mindset creates excuses. I'll start later. I'm not ready. While opportunities pass you by. Dreams require action, and action often feels uncomfortable. If you wait until it feels easy, you'll wait forever. Comfort zones also breed complacency. When life feels predictable, you stop challenging yourself. Skills stagnate, confidence fades, and fear grows stronger because you've trained yourself to avoid anything unfamiliar. The longer you stay comfortable, the harder it becomes to break free. Thus so, escaping the comfort zone starts with small steps. Take on challenges that stretch you without overwhelming you. Each time you face discomfort, you build resilience and expand your limits. Over time, what once felt intimidating becomes normal, and your comfort zone grows instead of shrinks. The truth is, everything you want, success, growth, freedom, exists beyond the walls of comfort. Discipline is the bridge that takes you there. When you choose progress over ease, you stop living small and start living the life you were meant for. Turning pain into motivation starts with changing how you see it. Most people treat pain as a signal to stop, but in reality, it's proof that you're growing. Discomfort means you're pushing beyond your limits, and that's where progress happens. When you learn to embrace pain instead of fearing it, you turn it into fuel for success. The first step is reframing pain as purpose. Instead of thinking, "This hurts, I should quit," tell yourself, "This is the price of improvement." Every challenge, every struggle, every moment of discomfort is shaping you into someone stronger. Pain becomes meaningful when you connect it to your goals. Next, use pain as a reminder of why you started. When things get hard, revisit your vision, the reason you committed in the first place. Let the struggle reinforce your determination instead of breaking it. Pain is temporary, but the rewards of persistence last forever. Channel pain into action. When you feel resistance, lean into it instead of pulling back. Push harder, stay longer, and prove to yourself that you can endure. Each time you overcome discomfort, you build resilience and confidence, making future challenges easier. Finally, celebrate the pain. It means you're doing something that matters. Comfort never creates greatness. Pain does. When you learn to see it as progress, you stop avoiding it and start seeking it, because you know it's the path to growth. Pain is not your enemy. It's your ally. Use it as motivation, and you'll discover that the very thing you feared becomes the force that drives you to achieve more than you ever thought possible. The psychology of reward systems is based on how the brain uses positive reinforcement to encourage repeated behavior. When you complete a task and receive a reward, your brain releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter that creates feelings of pleasure and satisfaction. This chemical response strengthens the neural pathways associated with the behavior, making it more likely you'll do it again. Rewards work because they tap into the brain's natural motivation system. Immediate rewards are especially powerful because they create a direct link between the action and the positive feeling. For example, checking off a task on a list or enjoying a short break after completing work gives your brain instant feedback that effort pays off. Reward systems also help overcome resistance. Difficult habits feel easier when paired with something enjoyable. Listening to music during a workout or savoring a favorite snack after finishing a project turns discipline into a more pleasant experience, reducing the mental friction that often leads to procrastination. Tracking progress is another form of reward. Visual cues like streaks on a habit tracker or marks on a calendar provide proof of success, triggering dopamine and reinforcing consistency. These small signals keep motivation alive even when the ultimate goal feels far away. The key is balance. Rewards should support your goals, not sabotage them. Celebrating progress with actions that align with your vision, like taking time for relaxation or learning something new, keeps momentum strong without creating setbacks. Reward systems are not about bribing yourself. They're about training your brain to associate discipline with positive outcomes. When you make progress feel rewarding, you turn effort into habit and habit into lasting success. Reframing challenges means changing the way you interpret obstacles so they become opportunities instead of threats. Most people see challenges as signs to stop, but in reality, they are signals for growth. When you shift your perspective, you turn setbacks into stepping stones and discomfort into progress. Start by asking better questions. Instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift moves your focus from frustration to problem solving. Challenges stop feeling like punishment and start feeling like preparation for something greater. Next, connect the challenge to your purpose. Remind yourself why you started and how overcoming this obstacle brings you closer to your goal. When the struggle feels meaningful, it becomes easier to endure. Purpose turns pain into fuel. Break the challenge into smaller parts. Big problems feel overwhelming, but when you divide them into manageable steps, they lose their power. Each small win builds confidence and momentum, proving that progress is possible even in tough situations. Finally, see challenges as training. Every difficulty strengthens resilience, sharpens skills, and builds character. The very things that feel uncomfortable today are shaping you into someone capable of handling bigger opportunities tomorrow. Reframing challenges is not about ignoring reality. It's about choosing a perspective that empowers you. When you see obstacles as growth, you stop fearing them and start using them. That mindset makes discipline easier and success inevitable. Sacrifice leads to freedom because giving up short-term comfort creates space for long-term success. Most people avoid sacrifice because it feels restrictive, but in reality, it's the key to living life on your own terms. When you choose discipline over indulgence, you gain control over your future instead of being controlled by impulses. Sacrifice is about priorities. Every time you say no to distractions, unhealthy habits, or instant gratification, you say yes to something bigger. Your goals, your health, your financial security, your peace of mind. That trade-off may feel hard in the moment, but it buys you freedom later. Think about financial freedom. It requires sacrificing unnecessary spending today so you can invest and save for tomorrow. Health works the same way. Skipping junk food and committing to exercise may feel like a loss now, but it gives you the freedom of energy and vitality for years to come. Sacrifice also simplifies life. When you eliminate what doesn't serve you, you reduce clutter, both physical and mental. This clarity makes decision-making easier and frees time for what truly matters. Less chaos means more control, and more control means more freedom. The truth is, freedom is never free. It's earned through choices that align with your vision. Sacrifice is not punishment. It's an investment. When you embrace it, you stop living reactively and start living intentionally. That's the kind of freedom that lasts. The balance between pain and pleasure is the key to sustainable discipline and long-term success. Both forces drive human behavior. Pain pushes us away from discomfort, while pleasure pulls us toward comfort. If you lean too far toward avoiding pain, you stay stuck in your comfort zone. If you chase pleasure without limits, you sacrifice progress for short-term gratification. True growth happens when you learn to manage both. Pain is necessary because it signals effort and growth. The discomfort of a workout, the challenge of learning a new skill, or the strain of pushing through obstacles is what builds strength and resilience. Without pain, there is no progress. But pain alone can lead to burnout if you never allow yourself moments of relief. Pleasure is equally important because it reinforces positive behavior. When you reward yourself for disciplined actions, whether through small celebrations, rest, or enjoyable activities, you create a cycle that makes consistency easier. Pleasure keeps motivation alive and prevents discipline from feeling like punishment. The secret is intentional balance. Use pain as a tool for growth, not as a constant state. Push yourself beyond comfort, but pair that effort with rewards that align with your goals. For example, after completing a tough project, take time to relax or enjoy something meaningful. This balance ensures that discipline feels sustainable instead of exhausting. Life is not about avoiding pain or indulging in pleasure. It's about using both wisely. When you embrace discomfort as a path to progress and pleasure as a reinforcement for effort, you create harmony that fuels success. Discipline thrives in this balance, and so does freedom. Using emotional anchors for discipline means connecting your actions to feelings that drive commitment and consistency. Emotions are powerful motivators, and when you link discipline to something deeply meaningful, you create a reason to keep going even when motivation fades. Start by identifying your strongest emotional triggers: love, pride, security, freedom, or fear of regret. Ask yourself why your goal matters beyond the surface level. For example, exercising isn't just about fitness. It might represent being healthy for your family or proving to yourself that you can overcome limitations. That emotional connection becomes your anchor. Visualize the outcome tied to that emotion. Picture the moment you achieve your goal and feel the pride, relief, or joy it brings. This mental rehearsal strengthens the emotional bond and makes the effort feel worthwhile. When challenges arise, recalling that image reignites your determination. You can also use negative anchors to push through resistance. Think about the pain of staying stuck, the frustration of missed opportunities, or the regret of not living up to your potential. Let that discomfort remind you why quitting isn't an option. Reinforce anchors with physical cues. Write down your why and place it where you'll see it daily. Use photos, quotes, or symbols that evoke the emotion tied to your goal. These reminders keep your purpose front and center, turning discipline into a personal mission. Emotional anchors transform discipline from a chore into a choice fueled by meaning. When your effort is tied to something that matters deeply, you stop asking, "Do I feel like it?" and start saying, "I can't afford not to." That shift makes the consistency natural and success inevitable. Chapter 12. Time Management and Focus. Time is your most valuable asset because it is the one resource you can never get back. Money can be earned, opportunities can return, but once time is gone, it's gone forever. Every minute you spend is an investment, either in your growth or in distractions that pull you away from your goals. How you use your time determines the quality of your life. The reason time is so powerful is that it compounds. Small, consistent actions taken over weeks and months create massive results, while wasted time accumulates into regret. Every hour matters because it either moves you closer to your vision or further away from it. Time also sets the limit for everything you want to achieve. You can't control how much time you have, but you can control how you use it. People who master time management create freedom. They prioritize what matters, eliminate what doesn't, and design their days with intention. That discipline turns time into a tool instead of a trap. The biggest mistake is treating time casually. Scrolling endlessly, procrastinating, or saying yes to things that don't align with your goals drains the most precious resource you own. When you realize the value of time, you stop wasting it and start protecting it fiercely. That's it. Success is not about having more hours. It's about using the hours you have wisely. When you treat time as your greatest asset, you make choices that reflect your priorities, and those choices shape your future. Guard it, invest it, and never take it for granted, because time is the currency of life. The power of prioritization lies in its ability to turn chaos into clarity. When everything feels urgent, it's easy to waste time on tasks that don't truly matter. Prioritization ensures that your energy goes to the actions that create the biggest impact, making progress faster and more meaningful. Start by identifying what matters most. Not all tasks are equal. Some move you closer to your goals, while others are just noise. Ask yourself, if I could only accomplish one thing today, what would make the biggest difference? That question cuts through distractions and reveals your true priorities. Use the 80-20th rule as a guide. Often, 20% of your efforts produce 80% of your results. Focus on those high-value tasks instead of scattering your attention across minor details. This principle applies to work, health, and personal growth. Doing less but doing it better creates exponential results. Prioritization also means learning to say no. Every yes to something unimportant is a no to something essential. Protect your time by setting boundaries and declining commitments that don't align with your vision. Discipline is not just about doing more. It's about doing what matters most. Plan your day with intention. List your top 3 priorities and tackle them first before distractions creep in. When you start with what matters, you create momentum and reduce stress because the most important work is already done. The truth is, success is not about being busy. It's about being effective. Prioritization turns effort into achievement by directing your focus where it counts. When you master this skill, you stop reacting to life and start leading it. Eliminating distractions starts with recognizing that focus is a choice, and your environment plays a huge role in that choice. Distractions don't just steal time, they drain mental energy and break momentum. To stay disciplined, you need to design your surroundings and habits so that focus becomes effortless. Start by identifying your biggest distractions. Is it your phone, social media, clutter, or constant notifications? Awareness is the first step because you can't eliminate what you don't notice. Once you know the triggers, take deliberate action to remove or reduce them. Control your physical space. A cluttered desk creates mental chaos, so clear it of anything unrelated to your task. Keep only what you need within reach. A clean, organized environment signals your brain that it's time to focus. Manage digital distractions. Turn off non-essential notifications, close unnecessary tabs, and use website blockers during work sessions. If your phone tempts you, put it in another room or switch it to Do not disturb. These small steps create massive gains in concentration. Set boundaries for people interruptions. Communicate your focus times clearly and use signals like headphones or a closed door to minimize disruptions. Protecting your time is as important as managing your space. Finally, create a routine that supports deep work. Schedule specific blocks for focused tasks and treat them as non-negotiable. When you pair structure with an environment free of distractions, discipline becomes automatic. Distractions don't disappear on their own. You have to design them out of your life. When you take control of your space, your devices, and your time, you create the conditions for clarity, productivity, and success. The art of deep work is about immersing yourself in a single task with complete focus, free from distractions, so you can produce high-quality results in less time. In today's world of constant notifications and multitasking, deep work is rare, but it's also what separates average performance from excellence. Deep work starts with intention. You can't stumble into it. You have to plan for it. Schedule dedicated blocks of time where you commit to one important task and eliminate everything else. Treat these sessions as non-negotiable appointments with your goals. Your environment plays a huge role. Create a space that signals focus. Clear your desk, silence your phone, and close unnecessary tabs. Every distraction you remove strengthens your ability to concentrate. If possible, choose a quiet location where interruptions are minimal. Set clear goals for each session. Instead of vaguely deciding to work, define exactly what you want to accomplish. Specific targets give your mind direction and prevent wandering thoughts. Pair this with time limits, like 60 or 90-minute blocks, to maintain intensity without burning out. Train your brain to stay present. When distractions creep in, resist the urge to switch tasks. Techniques like mindfulness and breathing exercises can help you regain focus quickly. Over time, this mental discipline becomes second nature. Finally, protect your energy. Deep work demands mental strength, so schedule it when you're most alert, often in the morning for many people. Avoid multitasking before these sessions, as scattered attention makes it harder to dive deep. Deep work is not just about working harder, it's about working smarter. When you master this skill, you unlock the ability to produce exceptional results in less time, turning focus into your ultimate competitive advantage. Multitasking is a myth because the brain is not designed to focus on multiple demanding tasks at the same time. What most people call multitasking is actually task switching, rapidly shifting attention from one activity to another. Each switch comes with a cognitive cost, reducing efficiency and increasing the likelihood of mistakes. When you switch tasks, your brain needs time to reorient itself. This transition may seem instant, but it drains mental energy and disrupts concentration. Studies show that frequent task switching can lower productivity by as much as 40%, making you slower and less accurate than if you focused on one task at a time. Multitasking also increases stress. Constantly juggling tasks creates mental overload, which leads to fatigue and decision fatigue. Instead of feeling accomplished, you end up scattered and frustrated because nothing gets your full attention. Deep work, the ability to focus on one important task without distraction, is far more effective. It allows you to enter a state of flow where creativity and problem-solving thrive. When you give a single task your undivided attention, you complete it faster and with higher quality. The truth is, multitasking doesn't make you more productive. It makes you less efficient. If you want real results, stop splitting your focus and start working in focused blocks. One task at a time beats 10 half-finished efforts every single day. Using time blocks effectively means structuring your day into dedicated chunks of focused work, so you control your time instead of letting distractions control you. Time blocking is powerful because it turns vague intentions into clear commitments, making discipline easier and productivity predictable. Start by identifying your most important tasks. These are the activities that move you closer to your goals, not just the ones that keep you busy. Assign each task a specific block of time in your calendar, whether it's 30 minutes or 2 hours, and treat it like an appointment you can't miss. Group similar tasks together. Instead of scattering emails, calls, and planning throughout the day, batch them into one block. This reduces context switching, which drains mental energy and kills focus. When you work on related tasks in one session, you stay in flow longer. Protect your time blocks fiercely. Turn off notifications, silence your phone, and let others know you're unavailable during these periods. Distractions will try to creep in, but your commitment to the block must be non-negotiable. This is your time to produce, not react. Be realistic with your schedule. Don't cram back-to-back blocks without breaks. Mental fatigue will sabotage your performance. Use short pauses between sessions to recharge so you can maintain intensity throughout the day. Finally, review and adjust. At the end of the day, check how well you stuck to your blocks and refine your approach. Over time, you'll learn how much time tasks truly require and how to optimize your schedule for maximum efficiency. Time blocking is not about rigidity, it's about intentionality. When you plan your day in focused chunks, you eliminate guesswork, reduce stress, and make progress inevitable. Discipline becomes a matter of following the plan, and success becomes a matter of time. The role of energy management is crucial because discipline and productivity depend on more than just time. They depend on how much energy you have to give. You can schedule tasks perfectly, but if you're exhausted, focus and performance will suffer. Managing your energy ensures you can show up fully for the things that matter most. Energy management starts with understanding your natural rhythms. Most people have peak energy periods during the day, often in the morning, when focus and creativity are highest. Use these windows for deep work and important tasks, and save routine or low-effort activities for times when your energy dips. Sleep is the foundation of energy. Without adequate rest, your brain struggles to concentrate, and your body lacks stamina. Prioritize quality sleep as a non-negotiable habit. Pair this with proper nutrition and hydration, because what you eat and drink directly affects mental clarity and physical endurance. Movement is another key factor. Regular exercise boosts circulation, reduces stress, and sharpens focus. Even short breaks for stretching or walking can recharge your energy during long work sessions. Mental energy matters too. Constant multitasking and decision-making drain cognitive resources. Reduce this load by creating routines, batching tasks, and eliminating distractions. Protect your attention like you protect your time. Finally, manage emotional energy. Stress and negativity are energy thieves. Practice mindfulness, gratitude, or short relaxation techniques to keep your mind calm and resilient. Surround yourself with positive influences that lift you up instead of draining you. Energy management is not about doing more. It's about doing better with the energy you have. When you align your habits with your natural rhythms and protect your physical, mental, and emotional reserves, discipline becomes easier and success becomes sustainable. Planning beats winging it because it gives you clarity, control, and confidence. When you plan, you know exactly what needs to be done and when, which eliminates guesswork and reduces stress. Winging it might feel spontaneous, but it often leads to wasted time, missed priorities, and inconsistent results. Planning sets direction. Instead of reacting to whatever comes up, you act with purpose. A clear plan helps you focus on high-impact tasks instead of getting lost in distractions. It turns chaos into structure, making progress predictable instead of accidental. Another advantage is efficiency. When you plan ahead, you batch decisions and prepare resources, which saves mental energy during execution. Winging it forces you to make choices on the fly, draining focus and increasing the risk of mistakes. Planning also builds momentum. Starting your day with a roadmap creates confidence because you know what success looks like. Each completed task reinforces discipline and keeps you moving forward. Without a plan, it's easy to drift, procrastinate, or spend hours on things that don't matter. Finally, planning reduces stress. Uncertainty breeds anxiety, but a well-thought-out plan gives you control over your time and priorities. It doesn't guarantee perfection, but it ensures progress. Success rarely happens by accident. It's the result of intentional action. When you plan, you turn your goals into a clear path. When you wing it, you leave your future to chance. Choose planning, and you choose power. Building a daily success routine starts with creating a structure that aligns your actions with your goals. A routine removes guesswork and decision fatigue, making discipline automatic instead of optional. When your day has a clear rhythm, you conserve mental energy and stay focused on what matters most. Begin by defining your priorities. Identify the tasks that have the greatest impact on your life and commit to doing them first. A successful routine starts with clarity, knowing what truly moves you forward. Start your day with intention. A strong morning ritual sets the tone for everything that follows. This could include exercise to energize your body, journaling to clear your mind, and reviewing your goals to stay focused. These habits create momentum before distractions creep in. Plan your work in blocks. Schedule time for deep, focused tasks and protect those periods from interruptions. Pair this with short breaks to recharge and maintain productivity throughout the day. Structure prevents chaos and keeps you in control. Include time for reflection. At the end of the day, review what you accomplished and what needs improvement. This habit reinforces progress and helps you adjust for tomorrow. Success is built on feedback and refinement. Don't forget self-care. A routine that ignores rest, nutrition, and relaxation will eventually collapse. Balance is essential for sustaining discipline over the long term. Finally, keep it simple. Overloading your routine with too many steps creates friction and leads to failure. Focus on a few key habits that deliver the biggest results and build from there. A daily success routine is not about perfection, it's about consistency. When you design your day with intention and follow it faithfully, you create a system where progress becomes inevitable and success becomes a habit. Tools for laser-sharp focus are designed to help you block distractions, organize tasks, and maintain mental clarity so you can work at your highest level. In a world full of interruptions, these tools create the structure and environment needed for deep concentration. One of the most effective tools is a website blocker. Apps like Freedom or Cold Turkey prevent you from accessing distracting sites during work sessions. By removing temptation, you free your mind to stay on task. Focus timers are another powerful option. Techniques like the Pomodoro method, working in 25-minute intervals with short breaks, can be managed through apps like Focus Booster or Forest. These timers keep you engaged without burning out. Task management tools such as Todoist or Trello help organize priorities and reduce mental clutter. When your tasks are clearly laid out, you avoid the stress of juggling too many things in your head, making it easier to concentrate on one goal at a time. For digital noise, notification silencers are essential. Use Do Not Disturb mode on your phone and computer or apps like Focus Me to mute alerts during work blocks. Every interruption you eliminate strengthens your ability to maintain flow. Finally, consider noise-canceling headphones or ambient sound apps like Noisely. These create an auditory environment that blocks distractions and promotes focus, especially in noisy settings. Laser-sharp focus isn't about willpower. It's about using the right tools to design an environment where concentration becomes effortless. When you combine these tools with disciplined habits, you create the perfect conditions for productivity and success. Part 5. Becoming Unstoppable. Chapter 13. The Habits of Highly Disciplined People. Successful people do things differently because they focus on habits and mindsets that create long-term results rather than chasing quick wins. They understand that success is not about luck or talent alone. It's about consistent, intentional action. First, they prioritize relentlessly. Successful people know that not all tasks are equal, so they focus on high-impact activities that move them closer to their goals. They say no to distractions and protect their time like it's their most valuable asset. Second, they embrace discipline over motivation. They don't wait to feel ready before taking action. Instead, they build systems and routines that make progress automatic. For them, success is a habit, not a mood. Third, they invest in continuous learning. They read, seek mentors, and stay curious because they know growth never stops. This commitment to learning keeps them adaptable in a changing world. Fourth, they manage their environment. They design spaces that support focus and surround themselves with people who elevate their standards. They understand that environment shapes behavior, so they make sure theirs aligns with their vision. Fifth, they practice resilience. Setbacks don't derail them because they see challenges as lessons, not failures. They reframe obstacles as opportunities to grow stronger and smarter. Finally, they think long-term. While others chase instant gratification, successful people play the long game. They make decisions based on where they want to be years from now, not just what feels good today. Success isn't magic. It's a series of deliberate choices repeated consistently. When you adopt these habits, you stop hoping for success and start creating it. The morning rituals that matter are the ones that set the tone for your entire day, creating focus, energy, and momentum before distractions creep in. A strong morning routine isn't about doing everything. It's about doing the right things consistently. Start with hydration. Drinking water first thing in the morning wakes up your body and kickstarts your metabolism. It's a simple habit that signals your brain it's time to transition from rest to action. Move your body, even if it's just for a few minutes. Stretching, yoga, or a quick workout boosts blood flow, sharpens focus, and releases endorphins that improve mood. Physical activity early in the day primes you for productivity. Plan your priorities. Take 5 minutes to review your goals and identify the top 3 tasks for the day. This clarity prevents decision fatigue and ensures you start with intention instead of reacting to whatever comes your way. Practice mindfulness. Whether through meditation, deep breathing, or journaling, a few moments of stillness calm your mind and reduce stress. This mental reset helps you approach the day with focus and confidence. Fuel your body with a healthy breakfast. Skipping nutrition or relying on sugar spikes can lead to energy crashes later. Choose foods that sustain energy and support mental clarity. Finally, avoid diving straight into your phone. Checking emails or social media first thing floods your brain with distractions and stress. Protect your mental space by starting with rituals that serve you, not demands from others. Morning rituals matter because they create momentum. When you begin the day with discipline and intention, everything that follows becomes easier. A strong start isn't just a habit, it's a strategy for success. Reading fuels growth because it exposes your mind to new ideas, perspectives, and knowledge that expand your understanding of the world. Every book, article, or piece of content you consume adds to your mental toolkit, giving you insights that can transform how you think and act. Growth begins with learning, and reading is one of the most powerful ways to learn. One reason reading is so effective is that it compresses years of experience into hours. Authors share lessons earned through decades of trial and error, allowing you to gain wisdom without paying the same price. This shortcut accelerates your progress and helps you avoid mistakes others have already made. Reading also sharpens critical thinking. When you engage with different viewpoints, you learn to analyze, question, and form your own conclusions. This skill is essential for making better decisions in every area of life, from business to relationships to personal development. Another benefit is creativity. Exposure to diverse ideas sparks innovation by giving your brain new material to connect. Many breakthroughs come from combining concepts learned in completely different fields, and reading provides the raw material for those connections. Finally, reading reinforces discipline. Setting aside time to read daily builds focus and consistency, habits that spill over into other areas of life. It's a simple practice with profound ripple effects. Growth doesn't happen by accident. It happens by feeding your mind. When you read regularly, you expand your knowledge, strengthen your thinking, and unlock opportunities that would otherwise remain hidden. Reading isn't just information, it's transformation. Successful people handle failure by treating it as feedback, not a verdict. They understand that setbacks are part of the process and use them as opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" they ask, "What can I learn from this?" This mindset turned the failure into a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block. They detach failure from identity. Missing a goal doesn't mean they are failures. It means they attempted something challenging. This perspective keeps their confidence intact and prevents fear from paralyzing future action. Successful people also respond quickly. They analyze what went wrong, adjust their strategy, and take immediate steps forward. They don't dwell on mistakes or let them define the next move. Momentum matters, and they know that action is the fastest way to regain it. Resilience is their secret weapon. They expect obstacles and prepare mentally for them. So when failure comes, it doesn't feel like the end. It feels like part of the journey. This resilience allows them to persist long after others quit. Most importantly, they embrace failure as proof of effort. Playing it safe might avoid mistakes, but it also avoids growth. Successful people take risks, knowing that every failure brings them closer to mastery. For them, failure isn't something to fear, it's something to use. Continuous learning is the foundation of long-term success because it keeps you adaptable, relevant, and prepared for new challenges. The world changes fast. Skills that matter today may be obsolete tomorrow. Successful people understand this, which is why they never stop learning. They treat education as a lifelong habit, not a one-time event. One reason continuous learning is so powerful is that it expands your opportunities. Every new skill you acquire opens doors that were previously closed. Whether it's mastering technology, improving communication, or understanding leadership, learning gives you an edge in a competitive world. It also sharpens your thinking. Exposure to new ideas challenges old assumptions and strengthens problem-solving abilities. When you learn consistently, you train your brain to stay flexible, which is essential for innovation and growth. Continuous learning builds confidence. Knowledge reduces uncertainty. And when you understand more, you act with greater clarity and conviction. This confidence fuels discipline because you feel equipped to handle obstacles instead of fearing them. Finally, learning reinforces identity. When you see yourself as someone who grows, you naturally seek opportunities to improve. This mindset creates momentum because progress becomes part of who you are. Success isn't static. It evolves. The people who thrive are those who keep learning, adapting, and applying what they know. Make learning a daily habit, and you'll never fall behind. You'll lead. Networking is a discipline because it requires intentional effort, consistency, and strategy, not just casual conversations or chance encounters. Successful people understand that building strong connections is not about luck. It's about creating meaningful relationships that support growth and opportunity over time. One reason networking demands discipline is that it involves planning. You can't wait for opportunities to appear. You have to seek them out. This means attending events, reaching out to people, and following up regularly. Without structure, networking becomes sporadic and ineffective. Consistency is key. Relationships don't thrive on one-time interactions. They grow through repeated engagement. Scheduling time to connect, share value, and maintain communication ensures that your network stays active and strong. Networking also requires preparation. Before meeting someone, disciplined networkers research their background, understand their interests, and identify ways to offer help. This approach builds trust and credibility because it shows genuine effort. Another aspect of discipline is reciprocity. Networking isn't about taking, it's about giving. Offering support, sharing resources, and celebrating others' successes create a foundation of mutual respect that makes relationships last. Finally, disciplined networking means tracking and organizing your connections. Keeping notes, setting reminders, and maintaining a system for follow-ups prevents opportunities from slipping through the cracks. Networking is not random. It's a deliberate practice. When you treat it as a discipline, you turn casual contacts into powerful allies and create a network that accelerates your success. Successful people manage their energy by treating it as a resource that needs to be protected and optimized, not just spent. They understand that productivity isn't about cramming more into the day. It's about showing up with full focus and strength for the tasks that matter most. The first thing they do is prioritize sleep. They know that without proper rest, mental clarity and decision-making suffer. Sleep is non-negotiable because it fuels every other aspect of performance. They also pay attention to nutrition and hydration. What you eat and drink directly impacts energy levels and cognitive function. Successful people choose foods that sustain energy rather than cause crashes, and they stay hydrated to keep the brain sharp. Movement is another key factor. Regular exercise boosts circulation, reduces stress, and improves mood. Even short breaks for stretching or walking during the day help maintain energy and prevent fatigue. Mental energy is just as important. They avoid multitasking and reduce decision fatigue by planning ahead and creating routines. This conserves cognitive resources for high-value work instead of wasting them on trivial choices. Finally, they manage emotional energy. Stress and negativity drain focus, so they practice mindfulness, gratitude, and relaxation techniques to stay calm and resilient. They also surround themselves with positive influences that lift them up instead of pulling them down. Managing energy isn't about doing more. It's about doing better with what you have. When you protect your physical, mental, and emotional reserves, discipline becomes easier, and success becomes sustainable. The power of reflection and journaling lies in their ability to bring clarity, focus, and emotional balance to your life. Reflection allows you to pause and evaluate your actions, decisions, and progress instead of rushing from one task to the next. Journaling turns that reflection into something tangible, helping you organize thoughts and track growth over time. When you reflect, you gain perspective. You see patterns in your behavior, what's working, what's holding you back, and where you need to improve. This awareness is the foundation of intentional living because it helps you make better choices moving forward. Journaling amplifies this process. Writing down your thoughts forces you to slow down and think deeply. It clears mental clutter, reduces stress, and strengthens focus. Recording goals and daily wins creates a sense of accountability and makes progress visible, which fuels motivation. Another benefit is emotional regulation. Journaling provides a safe space to process feelings, release tension, and reframe challenges. When you put emotions on paper, they lose their power to overwhelm you, making it easier to respond with calm and clarity. And reflection and journaling also reinforce identity. Each entry is evidence of your commitment to growth. Over time, you build a record of progress that reminds you how far you've come, even when results feel slow. These practices don't require hours. Just a few minutes each day can transform your mindset. When you make reflection and journaling part of your routine, you create a powerful tool for self-awareness, discipline, and long-term success. They prioritize health because they understand that physical and mental well-being are the foundation of sustained success. Without health, energy fades, focus weakens, and productivity suffers. Discipline in work means nothing if your body and mind can't support it, which is why the most successful people treat health as a non-negotiable priority. Health fuels performance. Proper nutrition, regular exercise, and adequate sleep keep energy levels high and cognitive function sharp. When your body feels strong, your mind works better, making it easier to stay disciplined and handle challenges without burning out. Prioritizing health also prevents setbacks. Illness, fatigue, and chronic stress can derail progress for weeks or months. Successful people invest in preventive habits, balanced meals, hydration, movement, and mindfulness, because they know consistency depends on staying well. Mental health matters just as much. Stress and anxiety drain focus and decision-making power. Practices like meditation, journaling, and relaxation help maintain emotional balance, ensuring clarity and resilience even under pressure. Finally, health reinforces identity. When you see yourself as someone who values well-being, you make choices that align with that belief. This identity strengthens discipline, because every healthy action feels like living your values, not forcing a rule. Plus, success isn't just about working harder, it's about working smarter. And that starts with taking care of yourself. When you prioritize health, you create the energy, focus, and strength to pursue your goals without compromise. They stay consistent for years because they build systems and habits that make discipline automatic instead of relying on fleeting motivation. Success over the long term isn't about intensity. It's about sustainability. And that requires structure, purpose, and adaptability. First, they create routines that remove decision fatigue. When key actions like exercise, planning, and focused work are scheduled at the same time every day, consistency becomes effortless. These rituals turn discipline into a lifestyle rather than a temporary effort. Second, they anchor their habits to a strong why. A clear sense of purpose keeps them committed, even when progress feels slow. They remind themselves of the bigger picture: health, freedom, legacy. So short-term discomfort never outweighs long-term vision. Third, they track progress and celebrate milestones. Visible results reinforce commitment and make the process rewarding. This feedback loop keeps motivation alive without depending on emotional highs. Fourth, they design environments that support success. By removing temptations and surrounding themselves with cues for positive habits, they make the right choice, the easy choice. Their surroundings work for them, not against them. Finally, they embrace flexibility. Life changes, and rigid plans break under pressure. Consistent people adjust their strategies without abandoning their goals. They see setbacks as temporary and adapt quickly, ensuring momentum never stops. Consistency isn't about perfection, it's about persistence. When you combine purpose, structure, and adaptability, you create a system that lasts for years. That's why the most successful people don't just start strong, they stay strong. Chapter 14. Your Personal Discipline. Blueprint. You need a written plan because clarity creates consistency. When your goals and steps are on paper, they stop being vague ideas and become concrete actions. A written plan eliminates guesswork, reduces decision fatigue, and gives you a roadmap to follow when motivation fades. Writing your plan forces you to think strategically. You define what you want, why it matters, and how you'll achieve it. This process turns ambition into structure, making progress measurable instead of random. Without a plan, it's easy to drift, react to distractions, and lose sight of priorities. A written plan also builds accountability. When your commitments are documented, skipping them feels like breaking a promise to yourself. This psychological pressure works in your favor, reinforcing discipline and keeping you on track. Another benefit is focus. A plan highlights what matters most, so you stop wasting time on tasks that don't move you forward. It helps you allocate resources, time, energy, and attention where they create the biggest impact. Finally, a written plan provides resilience. When setbacks happen, you don't panic because you have a clear path to return to. It becomes your anchor in moments of uncertainty, reminding you of your goals and the steps to reach them. Success doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. A written plan is that design. When you put your vision on paper and commit to it, you turn discipline into a system and make achievement inevitable. Setting clear goals starts with turning vague intentions into specific, actionable targets. A clear goal gives you direction, focus, and a way to measure progress, making discipline easier and success predictable. Start by defining exactly what you want to achieve. Avoid general statements like, "I want to be healthier," and replace them with precise outcomes, such as, "I will exercise for 30 minutes, 5 times a week." Specificity removes ambiguity and tells your brain what success looks like. Make your goals measurable. Include numbers, deadlines, or milestones so you can track progress. For example, read 12 books this year is measurable, while read more is not. Measurement creates accountability and keeps motivation alive. Ensure your goals are realistic. Ambition is good, but setting impossible targets leads to frustration and burnout. Break big objectives into smaller, achievable steps that build momentum over time. Tie your goals to a strong why. When you connect your goal to a meaningful reason, health, freedom, personal growth, you create emotional fuel that keeps you committed when challenges arise. Write your goals down. Putting them on paper makes them tangible and reinforces commitment. Review them daily to stay focused and adjust as needed. Finally, set a timeline. Deadlines create urgency and prevent procrastination. Without a time frame, goals remain wishes instead of plans. Clear goals are the foundation of discipline. When you know exactly what you want, why it matters, and how you'll achieve it, you stop drifting and start moving with purpose. Breaking goals into action steps is the key to turning big ambitions into achievable results. Large goals often feel overwhelming, which leads to procrastination. When you break them down, you create a clear roadmap that makes progress simple and measurable. Start by identifying the main goal and writing it down. Then divide it into smaller milestones. For example, if your goal is to write a book, break it into steps like outlining chapters, writing 500 words a day, and editing one section at a time. Each milestone should feel manageable and have a clear outcome. Next, turn those milestones into daily or weekly tasks. Assign specific actions to specific time frames. Instead of saying, "Work on the book," say, "Write 500 words before lunch." This level of detail removes ambiguity and makes execution easier. Now, prioritize the steps in logical order. Some tasks depend on others, so map out the sequence. Completing foundational steps first creates momentum and prevents wasted effort. Make each step measurable. Define what success looks like for every action, whether it's a number, a deadline, or a tangible result. Measurement keeps you accountable and motivated. Finally, review and adjust regularly. Life changes, and plans need flexibility. Tracking progress helps you stay on course and refine your approach without losing sight of the big picture. Breaking goals into action steps turns discipline into a system. When you know exactly what to do and when to do it, success stops being overwhelming and starts feeling inevitable. The role of tracking and measurement is to turn progress into something visible and actionable. Without tracking, it's easy to lose momentum because you can't see how far you've come or where you need to improve. Measurement creates clarity, accountability, and motivation, making discipline easier to sustain. Tracking starts with defining what matters. Identify the key actions that lead to your goal and record them consistently. For example, if your goal is fitness, track workouts, steps, or calories. If it's productivity, log completed tasks or time spent on focused work. These metrics give you tangible proof of effort. Measurement provides feedback. When you see numbers improving, you know your strategy is working. If progress stalls, the data tells you it's time to adjust. This prevents guesswork and keeps you focused on what drives results. Tracking also reinforces habits. Each time you mark a win, whether on a calendar, in an app, or in a journal, you trigger a sense of accomplishment. That dopamine boost makes you want to keep going, creating a cycle of consistency. Finally, measurement builds confidence. Progress may feel slow day to day, but when you look back at your records, you see how much you've achieved. This perspective fuels persistence and reminds you that small steps add up. Discipline thrives on structure, and tracking is that structure. When you measure what matters, you turn effort into evidence and evidence into motivation. Success stops being a mystery. It becomes a measurable, achievable reality. Building accountability systems is about creating structures that make it harder to quit and easier to stay consistent. Accountability works because it adds external pressure and support, turning discipline into a shared commitment instead of a solo effort. Start by identifying your accountability partners. These can be friends, mentors, coaches, or even online communities. Choose people who genuinely care about your progress and will challenge you when you slip. Set clear expectations. Share your goals, deadlines, and action steps so others know exactly what to hold you accountable for. Vague commitments lead to weak accountability. Specifics create strength. Schedule regular check-ins, whether daily, weekly, or monthly. These meetings or messages keep you on track. Knowing someone will ask about your progress pushes you to follow through even when motivation fades. Use technology to reinforce accountability. Habit tracking apps, shared calendars, and progress dashboards make your commitments visible. Public visibility, like posting updates in a group, adds an extra layer of responsibility. Create consequences and rewards. Agree on what happens if you meet or miss your targets. It could be as simple as donating to a cause you dislike if you fail, or treating yourself when you succeed. These stakes make accountability real. Finally, combine accountability with self-monitoring. Track your own progress and share it honestly. Transparency builds trust and strengthens the system. Accountability systems work because they remove the option of quitting quietly. When you design them intentionally, discipline stops being a matter of willpower and becomes a matter of commitment. Flexibility matters because life is unpredictable, and rigid plans often break under pressure. Discipline is essential, but if it's too strict, it can lead to frustration and burnout when unexpected challenges arise. Flexibility allows you to adapt without abandoning your goals, making progress sustainable over the long term. One reason flexibility is so important is that circumstances change. Work demands, family responsibilities, and personal energy levels fluctuate. If your plan doesn't allow room for adjustment, a single disruption can throw you completely off track. Flexible systems let you pivot while keeping your priorities intact. Flexibility also reduces stress. When you give yourself permission to adjust instead of forcing perfection, you maintain momentum without feeling defeated. This mindset turns obstacles into detours rather than dead ends. Another benefit is resilience. People who adapt quickly recover faster from setbacks because they focus on solutions instead of problems. They ask, "What can I do now?" instead of dwelling on what went wrong. This approach keeps progress alive, even in tough situations. Finally, flexibility supports consistency. It's better to modify your routine and keep going than to quit because you couldn't follow the original plan. Small adjustments, shorter workouts, simplified tasks, or rescheduled priorities protect your habits and prevent complete breakdowns. Flexibility isn't about lowering standards. It's about staying committed in a realistic way. When you combine discipline with adaptability, you create a system that works in any season of life. That's how you achieve goals without sacrificing balance. Creating a reward system is about making discipline feel satisfying, so you stay consistent over time. Rewards work because they activate the brain's pleasure center, reinforcing the behavior and making it easier to repeat. When you pair effort with positive feedback, you turn hard work into a habit instead of a struggle. Start by defining the behaviors you want to reinforce. Be specific. Don't just say, "Be productive." Instead, focus on clear actions like completing a workout, finishing a task, or sticking to your schedule. This clarity ensures the reward is tied to the right habit. Choose rewards that are meaningful but aligned with your goals. They don't have to be extravagant. Small pleasures like enjoying a favorite snack, taking a relaxing break, or watching an episode of your favorite show can be powerful motivators. The key is timing. Give the reward immediately after the action so your brain links the two. Track your progress visually. Use a calendar, checklist, or habit tracking app to mark each success. Seeing your streak grow is a reward in itself because it triggers dopamine and builds momentum. Add milestone rewards for bigger achievements. For example, after completing a month of consistent workouts, treat yourself to new gear or a fun experience. These larger rewards celebrate persistence and keep motivation high. Finally, combine external rewards with internal ones. Over time, the sense of accomplishment becomes its own reward, making the habit self-sustaining. When you enjoy the process and the results it brings, you won't need constant incentives. A reward system isn't about bribing yourself. It's about creating a cycle where discipline feels good. When effort leads to satisfaction, consistency becomes natural, and success becomes inevitable. Reviewing and adjusting is essential because no plan works perfectly forever. Life changes, priorities shift, and unexpected challenges arise. The ability to evaluate your progress and make smart adjustments keeps you moving forward without losing momentum. Start by scheduling regular reviews. Weekly or monthly check-ins give you a chance to measure progress against your goals. Look at what worked, what didn't, and why. This reflection prevents you from repeating mistakes and helps you double down on strategies that deliver results. Use data, not guesswork. Track your habits, time usage, and outcomes so you have clear evidence of your performance. Numbers reveal patterns that emotions often hide, making your decisions more objective. Ask the right questions. Am I on track? Are my goals still relevant? Do I need to change my approach? These questions shift your focus from frustration to problem solving, turning setbacks into opportunities for improvement. Make adjustments small and strategic. Don't overhaul everything at once. Tweak what's necessary. If your schedule feels overwhelming, shorten your time blocks. If a habit isn't sticking, reduce its complexity. Incremental changes are easier to sustain than drastic ones. Finally, stay flexible but committed. Adjusting doesn't mean abandoning your goals. It means finding better ways to reach them. Discipline is about persistence, and persistence requires adaptability. Review and adjust regularly, and you'll create a system that evolves with you. That's how you stay consistent, overcome obstacles, and make success inevitable. Building habits around your blueprint means turning your written plan into daily actions that stick. A blueprint gives you clarity, but habits make it real. Without habits, even the best plan stays on paper. The goal is to create routines that align with your priorities, so progress becomes automatic. Start by identifying the key behaviors in your blueprint, the actions that drive your biggest goals. Then attach those behaviors to specific times or triggers. For example, if your blueprint includes exercising 5 times a week, schedule it right after waking up or after work every day. Linking habits to existing routines makes them easier to remember. Keep the steps small at first. If your blueprint calls for writing a book, start with 10 minutes of writing daily instead of aiming for hours. These micro-actions build momentum and prevent overwhelm. Once the habit feels natural, increase the intensity gradually. Design your environment to support your habits. Place visual cues where you'll see them. Notes on your desk, workout gear in plain sight, or a calendar with progress marked. Remove obstacles that make the habit harder, like hiding junk food if your goal is healthy eating. Track your progress. Use a journal, app, or checklist to record each completed habit. Seeing your streak grow reinforces discipline and keeps motivation alive. Pair this with small rewards to make the process enjoyable. Finally, review and adjust. If a habit isn't sticking, simplify it or change the trigger. Flexibility ensures your blueprint evolves with your life while keeping your goals intact. When you build habits around your blueprint, you turn intention into action and action into identity. That's how plans stop being ideas and start becoming results. Turning your plan into reality means moving from intention to consistent execution. A written plan gives you clarity, but action is what brings results. The key is to create systems and habits that make following your plan automatic, even when motivation fades. Start by breaking your plan into small, actionable steps. Big goals can feel overwhelming, But when you divide them into daily or weekly tasks, progress becomes manageable. Each completed step builds momentum and reinforces your commitment. Schedule your actions. Assign specific times for each task, and treat them like non-negotiable appointments. When your plan is built into your calendar, it stops being optional and becomes part of your routine. Now, design your environment to support your plan. Remove distractions and add visual cues that remind you of your priorities. Keep tools and resources within reach so starting feels easy. When your surroundings align with your goals, discipline becomes effortless. Track your progress. Use a journal, checklist, or app to record completed tasks. Seeing your progress creates motivation and accountability, turning effort into a visible achievement. Pair this with small rewards to make the process enjoyable. Stay flexible but committed. Life will throw challenges your way, so adjust your approach without abandoning your goals. A setback is not failure, it's feedback. Use it to refine your plan and keep moving forward. Turning your plan into reality is about consistency, not perfection. When you combine clear steps, structured time, supportive environments, and regular reviews, you create a system where success is inevitable. Your plan stops being words on paper and becomes the life you live every day. Chapter 15. Living the life you deserve. Discipline equals freedom because it gives you control over your choices, your time, and ultimately your life. Without discipline, you become a prisoner to impulses, distractions, and circumstances. You react instead of act, and that lack of control limits your options. True freedom isn't doing whatever you feel like. It's having the power to live on your own terms, and that power comes from discipline. When you practice discipline, you create structure. Structure eliminates chaos and gives you clarity about what matters most. This clarity allows you to focus on your priorities instead of wasting time on things that don't serve your goals. The result? More time, more energy, and more opportunities to do what you truly want. Discipline also builds financial freedom. Saying no to unnecessary spending and yes to saving and investing may feel restrictive at first, but it buys you independence later. The same principle applies to health. Choosing exercise and healthy habits today gives you the freedom of vitality and longevity tomorrow. Another reason discipline equals freedom is that it reduces stress. When you have systems and routines, you don't waste mental energy on constant decisions. You know what to do and when to do it, which frees your mind for creativity and problem solving instead of chaos. The truth is, freedom is not the absence of rules. It's the result of living by the right ones. Discipline is the tool that creates that freedom. When you master it, you stop being controlled by circumstances and start controlling your future. That's real freedom, the ability to choose the life you want and live it fully. The joy of long-term success comes from knowing that every disciplined choice you made was worth it. Unlike quick wins that fade as fast as they arrive, long-term success brings deep satisfaction because it represents years of persistence, growth, and resilience. It's not just about achieving a goal. It's about becoming the person capable of achieving it. One reason long-term success feels so rewarding is the journey behind it. Every challenge you overcame, every habit you built, and every sacrifice you made adds meaning to the victory. You don't just celebrate the result. You celebrate the transformation that happened along the way. Long-term success also brings stability. When you commit to consistent effort over time, you create systems and habits that sustain your achievements. This security allows you to enjoy the fruits of your labor without fear of losing them overnight. Another source of joy is freedom. Success earned through discipline gives you choices, financial freedom, time freedom, and the ability to live life on your terms. That sense of control is priceless because it means you're no longer at the mercy of circumstances. Finally, long-term success builds confidence. When you look back and see how far you've come, you realize that persistence works. That belief becomes a foundation for future goals, making every new challenge feel possible. The joy of long-term success isn't just in the destination. It's in knowing you stayed the course when others quit. It's proof that discipline pays off, and that nothing feels better than living the life you worked so hard to create. Maintaining momentum is about keeping the forward motion alive, so progress doesn't stall. Momentum makes discipline easier because once you're moving, continuing feels natural. The challenge is sustaining that energy when motivation fades or obstacles appear. Start by focusing on small wins. Every completed task reinforces your confidence and creates a sense of progress. These micro-successes trigger dopamine, which fuels motivation and keeps you engaged. Track them visually, checklists, calendars, or habit apps, so you can see your streak grow. Protect your routines. Momentum thrives on consistency, so stick to your schedule even on low-energy days. If you can't do everything, do something. A shortened version of your routine is better than stopping completely because it preserves the habit and prevents regression. Revisit your why. When momentum slows, reconnect with the reason behind your goal. Visualize the outcome and remind yourself what's at stake. Purpose reignites commitment when excitement fades. Remove friction. Make it easy to keep going by preparing in advance. Set up your workspace, lay out workout clothes, or plan meals ahead. The fewer obstacles you face, the smoother the motion. Finally, celebrate progress without complacency. Acknowledge your wins, but use them as fuel for the next step, not an excuse to pause. Momentum is fragile, and the best way to protect it is to keep moving, even if the steps are small. Momentum isn't magic, it's the result of consistent action. When you combine small wins, clear purpose, and friction-free systems, you create a force that carries you forward until success becomes inevitable. Growth never stops, because learning and improvement are lifelong processes. No matter how much you achieve, there is always another level of skill, knowledge, or experience waiting for you. The world is constantly changing. New technologies, ideas, and opportunities emerge every day. If you stop growing, you fall behind. Continuous growth keeps you relevant, adaptable, and prepared for whatever comes next. One reason growth is endless is that mastery is never complete. Even experts refine their craft because there's always room for improvement. Every challenge you overcome reveals new possibilities, and every success opens doors to bigger goals. Growth isn't a destination, it's a journey that evolves as you do. Another reason is that growth fuels fulfillment. Stagnation breeds frustration, while progress creates purpose. When you learn, improve, and expand your capabilities, you feel alive and engaged. This sense of progress is one of the most powerful motivators for happiness and success. Growth also builds resilience. Life will test you with setbacks, and the ability to adapt comes from continuous learning. When you keep growing, you develop the skills and mindset to handle change without fear. The truth is, growth is not optional. It's essential. If you're not growing, you're standing still. And in a fast-moving world, standing still means falling behind. Embrace growth as a lifelong habit, and you'll never run out of opportunities to become better, stronger, and more successful. Gratitude plays a powerful role in discipline because it shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance, making it easier to stay consistent and focused. When you practice gratitude, you train your brain to notice what's going well instead of obsessing over what's missing. This positive perspective reduces stress, boosts motivation, and strengthens your commitment to long-term goals. Gratitude helps you appreciate the process, not just the outcome. Discipline often feels hard because it demands sacrifice and delayed gratification. By focusing on what you've already achieved and the opportunities you have, you turn effort into something meaningful instead of a burden. It also reinforces identity. When you're grateful for your progress, you see yourself as someone who is capable and consistent. This self-image makes disciplined actions feel natural because they align with who you believe you are. Gratitude improves resilience. Challenges and setbacks are inevitable, but when you practice gratitude, you maintain perspective. Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, you recognize what's still good and what you've learned. This mindset keeps you moving forward instead of quitting. Finally, gratitude creates emotional balance. Stress and negativity drain energy, but gratitude restores it. A simple habit like writing down 3 things you're thankful for each day can calm your mind and strengthen your resolve. Discipline isn't just about rules and routines. It's about mindset. Gratitude makes discipline sustainable because it turns effort into appreciation and progress into pride. When you combine gratitude with consistent action, success becomes not only achievable, but enjoyable. Inspiring others through your journey starts with living your values consistently and sharing your progress authentically. People are motivated by real stories of persistence, not perfection. So the best way to inspire is to lead by example. Begin by committing fully to your goals. When others see you showing up every day, even when it's hard, they recognize the power of discipline. Your actions speak louder than words, and consistency builds credibility. Share your struggles as well as your successes. Vulnerability makes your journey relatable. Talk about the obstacles you faced and how you overcame them. This honesty shows that growth is possible for anyone willing to put in the work. Celebrate milestones publicly, not to boast, but to demonstrate what persistence can achieve. Whether it's finishing a project, hitting a fitness goal, or mastering a skill, your progress becomes proof that effort pays off. Offer practical insights. Share the habits, systems, and mindset shifts that helped you stay on track. People are inspired when they see a clear path they can follow, not just the end result. Finally, stay humble and encouraging. Inspiration isn't about making others feel small. It's about lifting them up. Remind them that success is a process, not a destination, and that they have the power to start their own journey today. When you live with discipline and share your story with honesty and purpose, you don't just achieve your goals, you empower others to believe they can achieve theirs too. Legacy matters because it's the mark you leave behind, the impact of your actions, values, and choices long after you're gone. It's not just about wealth or achievements. It's about influence, character, and the example you set for others. Legacy defines how you'll be remembered and what continues because of you. One reason legacy is so important is that it gives meaning to your efforts. When you work hard, build habits, and pursue goals, you're not just shaping your life, you're shaping the lives of those who follow. Your discipline becomes a model for your family, your team, and your community. Legacy also creates purpose. Knowing that your actions today will echo into the future motivates you to live intentionally. It pushes you to make choices that align with your values instead of chasing short-term gratification. Every decision becomes part of a bigger picture. Another reason legacy matters is influence. The habits you practice, the standards you uphold, and the principles you live by inspire others to do the same. Whether you realize it or not, someone is watching and learning from you. Your example can spark change that lasts for generations. Finally, legacy is about contribution. It's leaving the world better than you found it, through kindness, knowledge, leadership, or innovation. It's proof that your life had significance beyond personal success. Legacy isn't built in a day. It's built in the choices you make every day. When you live with discipline and purpose, you create a legacy that speaks louder than words. A legacy of strength, integrity, and impact that endures long after you're gone. The balance between work and play is essential because both are necessary for a fulfilling and sustainable life. Work gives you purpose, progress, and achievement, while play restores energy, sparks creativity, and prevents burnout. When one dominates the other, problems arise. Too much work leads to exhaustion, and too much play leads to stagnation. The key is intentionality. Schedule time for both instead of leaving it to chance. Treat play like an important appointment, just as you would a meeting or deadline. This ensures you recharge without guilt and return to work with renewed focus. Play isn't just leisure. It's a productivity tool. Breaks improve concentration, reduce stress, and boost problem-solving skills. Activities like hobbies, sports, or simply spending time with loved ones create mental space for fresh ideas and emotional balance. Work, on the other hand, should be structured to avoid spilling into every corner of your life. Set boundaries. Define clear start and end times, and resist the urge to check emails during downtime. Discipline in work hours creates freedom for play. That's all worked out. The truth is, balance isn't about equal time, it's about harmony. Some seasons require more work, others more rest. Adjust as needed, but never neglect either side. When you honor both, you create a life that's productive and joyful, a life where success doesn't come at the cost of happiness. Keeping evolving means committing to growth as a lifelong process, not a one-time achievement. Success isn't a destination. It's a journey that requires constant learning, adapting, and improving. When you stop evolving, you stop progressing. And that's when complacency sets in. Start by embracing curiosity. Always look for new ideas, skills, and perspectives that challenge your thinking. Read widely. Seek mentors. And expose yourself to environments that push you beyond your comfort zone. Growth thrives on openness. Next, review your progress regularly. Ask yourself what's working, what's not, and where you can improve. Reflection keeps you from getting stuck in old patterns and helps you adjust before small issues become big problems. Adaptability is key. Life changes, and so do your goals. Be willing to pivot when circumstances shift without losing sight of your core values. Flexibility ensures you stay relevant and resilient in any situation. Invest in personal development. Take courses, attend workshops, and learn new technologies or strategies that keep you ahead. The more you grow, the more opportunities you create. Finally, surround yourself with people who inspire growth. Positive influences challenge you to aim higher and hold you accountable for staying on track. Avoid environments that encourage stagnation. Evolution is not about perfection. It's about progress. When you commit to learning, adapting, and improving every day, you ensure that your potential never stops expanding. That's how you stay strong, relevant, and unstoppable. Living with purpose every day means aligning your actions with what truly matters to you instead of drifting through life on autopilot. Purpose gives meaning to your effort and clarity to your decisions, turning ordinary days into steps towards something bigger. Start by defining your why. Ask yourself what you value most: health, freedom, family, growth. And let those values guide your choices. When your actions reflect your priorities, discipline feels less like a chore and more like a commitment to yourself. Begin each day with intention. Before diving into tasks, take a moment to set your focus. Ask, what can I do today that moves me closer to my purpose? This simple question transforms your day from reactive to proactive. Make time for what matters. Purpose-driven living isn't about cramming more into your schedule. It's about removing what doesn't serve you. Say no to distractions and yes to activities that align with your vision. Protect your time like it's your most valuable asset. Reflect daily. At the end of the day, review your actions and ask if they honored your purpose. This habit keeps you accountable and helps you adjust when you drift off course. Living with purpose doesn't mean perfection. It means direction. When you wake up knowing why you're doing what you're doing, every effort feels meaningful. Purpose turns discipline into passion and transforms routine into progress. That's how you create a life that isn't just busy, but truly fulfilled. 4.